The right to offend is not some pesky little part of freedom of speech that we have to put up with. It is the heart and soul and lungs of freedom of speech. It is the coursing lifeblood of human progress. It is the instigator of liberty and modernity and science and understanding. What a laughing stock today's student leaders are, that they can so casually dismiss the right to be offensive without realizing that their lovely, enlightened lives are the gift of individuals who gave offense. Offensiveness is not just something we have to begrudgingly accept. Offensiveness is the motor of human progress.
Now broadcasting from the Right to Offend Media Studios in sunny South Florida, bringing you the latest in politics, current events, art, and pop culture. This is the Whitfield Report Live with Sam Whitfield.
But giving offense is good. In fact, it's essential.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to tonight's edition of the Whitfield Report. Apologies that we're starting an hour late, but IRL stuff happens sometimes, and so when that happens, sometimes you just gotta roll with it, literally. In my case, and in Morpheus's case. But
well, as they used to say in my day, when booty calls, duty calls.
That's right. That's right. So,
rolling.
Indeed. And well, gentlemen, I kind of want to start off the show by just kind of, we've never really done this before, but I guess debriefing from last week's show, which got a lot of positive response. Thanks to Rob.
Thanks to Rob Rosen for coming on the show and being very blunt and honest and talking about a lot of really cool issues with us and different topics. That was great.
Yeah. His book Crimes of Omission, I actually, usually I don't like pre-order nonfiction books, but I actually do have this in my pre-order list. And I actually am going to read this when it comes out, because I do want to hear more of his, or I should say, I want to read more of his perspective on, this whole, on his investigation into Black Lives Matter and,
so if you haven't
brutality.
checked it out, I wanted to point out that, yeah, he has a 30-year plus career in media, directed several television shows and produced, and among other things, he worked in newsrooms for a lot of his career as a producer, as a journalist, and he brought his experience working in newsrooms and in media directly. And talking to notable journalists, he said some of which are on the record and some of which are off the record. And he brought all of that experience to be very critical of them regarding their narratives surrounding from Black Lives Matter to Trump, basically, is the time space like that he was doing the investigative research for the book, is as far as he said, all the way up until COVID.
Right.
And he even discussed maybe doing a sequel about that and going forward. And look, let's talk about the elephant in the room real quick, Sam. Longtime listeners might have noticed that, yes, he does come from a bit more of a left-leaning perspective than any of us here. And we absolutely didn't stop him from doing that and wanted to let him expound upon it because it's important to the context of interviewing a guest.
Right. I wouldn't say though that it was super far left either. Like
No, just slightly
more
left
than
a Rumble audience who, we openly said no, we don't care if you I specifically said to him, he's like, oh, I don't know if it's a Rumble audience, I don't know how they'll feel about certain things, and I said, well, no, fuck them, we're having a conversation here,
right? Well,
and if you're offended by that, then you're offended by an open, honest conversation, then you might be part of the problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, Max, I mean, you're kind of a little far too left for the Rumble audience
We
at
all
times.
kind of are, no?
We all are,
Absolutely.
which is crazy, and that's the other thing too. So I kind of want to dive into this too. You know, like I said, great conversation with Rob Rosen, and check out his book Crimes of Omission, which is coming out on the second, and yeah, just a great guest, and we have a lot of feedback on the interview, which is good because good or bad, that means people are listening to us.
And the
Uh,
bulk of our conversation revolved around where we find much common ground with Rob, which was that we are both critical of the media that is surrounding us as much as we are of any media opposed to like our views. What I mean by that is he might come from what I meant is he comes from the circle of the newsrooms that is anywhere from center left to very far left, and that is the bias that his book is talking about, and how that their biases, rather than some elaborate conspiracy, drove a lot of the coverage of woke. Is that these elitists in the newsroom that lived in their own bubbles
right,
developed their own specific like worldviews and cultures, and they had things they were trying, and so they stopped covering the news and they started writing the news.
right,
And
yeah.
I think that everybody in our audience should check out the book Crimes of Omission. And I so grateful for him to come on and give us this time like that.
And by the way, Max, I I I know this from talking to you off air, but talking at the media bias thing, that's something that I've been talking out for literally 18 years at this point, since the beginning of my podcasting career. And so to have like an actual veteran news producer come on and tell me that, tell us that yes, there is an elitist bubble,
That we're over the target.
And
in the
why does
news
he
these
feel that way?
days.
Well, you can even look at his larger body of work and what is it all? The Dead Files we discussed because Maxine, my wife, is a fan. She got to ask some questions. Like I said, if you didn't see, it's one of the best episodes I've ever been a part of, especially. But The Dead Files is a show. Yes, it's a show ostensibly about ghosts and paranormal stuff. But even that, he discussed how he approached it with a detective, and they had rules about how the psychic or medium approached the situation. And when my wife asked, "Is the integrity of the show as it's presented, or is that some Hollywood magic?" he was quite proud to say that no, he was doing essentially journalism on the topic of is there ghosts in this house, and they present all sides of the narrative and they come to maybe not expected conclusions, and he treated it like news, like a news story.
Yeah,
Likewise, his other show, Confidential. There, I was just watching it too, and the title escapes me. It is regarding essentially the Innocence Project of men who have been wrongfully convicted, being their cases revisited, and in some cases getting out of jail. This is journalistic work that he's doing. Another one is that he did with Dennis Miller, the documentary about infomercials.
yeah,
And
which
and again, it was investigative. It was history of infomercials. Why did they work? How did this come about? It was real. Uh, and so even his work in what you would consider not journalism media has always been investigative and journalistic. And he brought all of that experience working from newsrooms on through investigative journalism to making his own documentaries, and maybe even some stuff that is like a little more avant-garde, like the Dead Files, which he still treats as investigative. And he's telling you that the media was extremely biased and corrupted by their own biases and their own bubbles. And he was right there in the thick of it for a lot of it. He worked with a lot of these individuals. And he shared a lot of his insights about that, about how media bias forms, about how it even comes into the newsroom, where it doesn't come in where they have, okay, how are we going to push the trans agenda today? It comes in with one of the reporters comes in and they're like, I know that the trans topic will get us a lot of views.
Yeah.
And how the media bias is the reason why I'm activated.
Yeah. Yeah, and it got the views, but then the hate. That's the other thing I think is important to look at, Sam, in the development of this is, and I've always discouraged hate watch. Don't hate watch things. Don't do it. It's not worth your fucking time, because that it created this hate watching industry where people the clout chasing and the grifting comes from the fact that people want to hate watch.
That in
Johnny
quite
Somali exists because of hate watch.
yeah. Quite honestly, Max, that's why I will not sit through like a full episode of the Catboy Fears show, is because for me it would just be hate watching. And plus, I mean, he's an idiot too, so there's really no point, I guess, unless he's
And he's just saying provocative things to provoke, and that's why he's so inconsistent.
yeah,
He
which
doesn't care about anything in particular except provoking people and also having followers who are like intrigued by him provoking people. That's it. That's all he cares about.
yeah, and that seems to be the case. I mean, Tucker Carlson has followed in his footsteps, and Megyn Kelly. Both Tucker and Megyn, claim to be, journalists back in the days, but they aren't. They're news, commenters, to put it generously.
Now they're podcasters.
Well, yeah.
I guess you could call podcasters pundits if you're being generous, but I honestly, as much as we do a podcast, I love that people use that dismissively. You should.
Yeah.
Why? Because is Tucker's podcast really any different than ours? Aside from the content and his production values, not really, because the same intent and the same.
Nope.
The people that enjoy it are getting the same thing. It's a great equalizer. Yep, you're a podcaster.
Yeah. I would say that we do the show more out of like a love of the medium, as opposed to just, getting clicks and views like he does, which I'll get to Tucker in a sec, because his freak out this past weekend was hilarious.
He freaked out on Easter.
He freaked out on Easter because Trump basically
oh yeah, that was hilarious. Yeah. Praise be to Allah and all that.
Yeah, and I actually
But wait a minute. You just informed me that worked though.
Yeah, well,
he said, "You little fucking shits, open the Strait of Hormuz. I'm gonna blow you all to hell. Praise be to Allah. Happy Easter." And they are now gonna open the fucking Strait of Hormuz not even 2 days later.
Yes. Yeah. So that's the.
I couldn't have voted more for this, Sam.
Right.
Me as well.
I know. I totally like. That's kind of the key news story of the day, gentlemen, is all these doomers who were saying that Trump was going to lead us into the next Iraq war for the next 20 years. Funny, I don't ever remember.
Iran is looking very French right now, huh?
Yeah, not just that, but I don't ever remember George Bush one or two making a let's just call it what it is, a threat that was that blatant, and then
getting results.
Yeah,
I'm gonna fucking blow you, every last one of you, to hell. Praise be to Allah. Happy Easter is probably the greatest presidential speech in history.
Yeah, and yet people were
that's my fucking president, Sam.
People were upset about that, Max.
That's why he's my president.
People who are supposedly
hoes are mad.
People who are supposedly on our side too. Uh,
I love when hoes are mad.
so what you're saying Martha, is Tucker is a hoe.
Oh,
Based.
Yeah, yes.
he not even a high class hoe no more. At least when he worked for Fox, he was like a high class escort kind of hoe.
Tucker is
Now
a street
Tucker,
hoe.
like, he's not a street working hoe, but he's definitely at a lower end brothel.
No, he is high street hoe.
He's the kind of hoe that the single rich guys get, and then they only fuck for about 30 seconds and then talk to him for the rest of the hour. That's the kind of hoe that Tucker is.
He's the kind of hoe that gets away with working on Main Street.
Yeah. Well, he's the kind of hoe that will cry with you.
Facts.
So, if I can actually share this with you real quick, guys.
No, we're making hoe jokes about Tucker, Sam. That's more important. No, go ahead.
Well, yes, we are making hoe jokes about Tucker. This was just to add to it because I don't, because we know he's a hoe, but like he's taken this to a whole new level of hoeing where he's not only is he a hoe, he's a groveling hoe. And so
oh, nobody likes a begging hoe.
well, I mean
He becomes DSP.
Well, I guess unless if you're the person that tells them to beg, that maybe. So maybe this is for Qatar. I don't know.
I mean, let me play this. You be the judge of this.
Who do you think you are? You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
You'll be living in hell. Just
Based.
watch. Praise be to Allah.
Based.
So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran.
Yes.
Okay. If you seek a religious war, that's a good idea. But by the way, no decent person mocks other people's religions. You may have a problem with the theology.
You do it, Tucker.
All the time,
seen
bitch.
ya.
Yeah. Yes, we've seen you. And by the way, like I have no problem mocking Islam either. So, yep, I do.
was wrong, Sam. He's not even in
If
a
my
brothel.
religion can be mocked, everybody's religion can be mocked.
This hoe stands outside a crack house.
See, I told you we needed to watch this for the proper analysis.
Presumably you do if it's not your religion, and you can explain what that is. But to mock other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself. And we should never mock that, because at its core is the acknowledgement that we are not in charge of the universe. We did not build it.
You mean like how you were mocking like Christians for like supporting Israel? Like,
Hold up. I want to point his hypocrisy out. It goes way beyond that. This is a dude that
It's okay when I do it.
This is a dude that's mocked Wiccans. This is a dude that's mocked pagans. He would mock Satanists. Satanists also believe in a creator, some of them. So he's digging himself in really deep here because it's not okay to mock religions that I deem as valuable, but it's perfectly okay to mock religions I don't. Fuck you, Tucker Carlson.
yes.
Ho.
Completely.
Okay.
You can keep playing. I just wanted to call him a hoe again.
We won't be here at the end of it. We can destroy life. We cannot create it because we are not God. The message of all faith at the biggest picture level is the message in our Bible, which is you are not God. And only if you think you are do you talk this way.
We are the world.
But it's not just
So
mockery
you
of
think you're
Islam.
God there, Tucker?
And no president should mock Islam. That's not your job. This is not a theocracy.
Hold on.
Yes.
I voted for Donald Trump to mock Islam. It is his job.
Yes.
He's doing a damn fine
His
job.
job
of
is
it,
to mock goddamn everybody.
See, we don't go to war with other theocracies to find out which theocracy is more effective.
Why not? pussy.
Well, Tucker, it's kind of a problem when theocracies, namely Islam, like declare war on us, which they have like for the past 200 years. Why do you think they call us the Great Satan? Is that
Look,
not
man,
mocking us?
our God's dick is bigger than their God's dick as measured in bombs and guns. That's just how it goes.
Yes. So I know we were going to watch Curricular, we still are, but like, just kind of as a primer, I just wanted to play that just because that's how gay Tucker has
Because Tucker's a bitch.
become.
Well, look at his face. He's ready for his dick right now.
Yeah,
Mid-sentence.
We are not a theocracy.
totally.
And God willing, we never will be, because theocracies corrupt the religion.
And yet you'll have on Nick Fuentes, who basically wants like his perverted version of a theocracy.
Well, but he might get a clout click or two, Sam, so it doesn't matter, because you got to remember, fundamentally, like Tucker's order of priorities is like down here somewhere is his faith, in the middle of the road somewhere is his like make sure he gets his money, fuck the poor people, and then right at the tippity top is sucking dick for clout.
Oh, yeah.
Which is why him and Candace Owens should just become a tag team. Call themselves the hoe and the dick sucker.
I mean, they kind of already are.
And you decide which one's the hoe and which one's the dick sucker.
I mean, both.
No,
Yes.
On any given night, either one could be either. They pull the old switcheroo, Sam.
That's true.
God, I hate grifters so much.
So do I. On that note, you want to know what isn't a you want to know what isn't a grift? American
Show the
Inferno.
book. Show the book.
My new book, which has been out for a month now, roughly as of Friday, and yeah, listen. March was a great month to launch the book.
It is officially a bestseller, Sam, because it is the best-selling book by Sam Whitfield.
Yes.
In its first month.
So, and it's selling copies in April, which is usually a sucky month for book sales, but
Hell yeah.
you know,
American Inferno. Let him talk. Let him cook.
American Inferno, book number 5 in the John Ryder Shadows of Deception series, available in paperback, ebook, and audiobook, narrated by the great Doug Green, which I am told that more listens to before bedtime, which I think is a lie, because Morpheus also never sleeps. From what I'm told.
I go to bed. What?
Well, I mean, that's what you told me.
You low power mode to charge, Sam.
Yeah, well, point is you've been listening to the audiobook from right more.
Facts.
So
Correct.
and how do you like the 5th book so far?
It's great. I love it.
So yeah, so everyone go and buy American Inferno, book 5 in the Shadows of Deception series. And I will also be on Mr. Jacob Aries' podcast this coming week to discuss more about American Inferno. So that'll be great. And yeah, so buy the book. And yeah, so we don't need to grift. We don't need sponsors. We're selling books out here.
Sam, I got Chips Ahoy'd while you were cutting a promo there, right in the face.
What?
And then I'm pretty sure I also got Oreo'd. Oh no, I'm sorry. I got Welch's fruit snacked.
I was gonna say, if you got Oreo, that's a whole nother term.
I know, because I know for a fact the ones that she got are double stuffed. I figured it was gonna hurt. You don't want to get double stuff Oreo'd.
Sure you do.
So,
Okay, I got Cadbury cream egg.
well that's nice. So, but anyway, speaking
Jeez,
of
man, I'm getting pelt. I think I got ding donged in the boob.
well, what was it? What was it? What was it, Max? I mean, you're supposed to be the one. You're supposed to be the one ding dong in her boob.
Sam, it's a
I
heart,
approve.
and your joke broke the heart. Oh,
Sorry. You know, I had to.
Oh yeah, you had to.
And I let him just roll on in.
Anyway, though, back to gay stuff, though.
Oh god.
I mean, so it's bad enough that we're talking Tucker,
back to gay stuff, Tucker.
but I mean, but also, Max. So there's this weird guy named
not gay at all. I'm glad we could clear this up.
there's this weird guy named Clavicular, who, I mean, Max, you have commentary on this. I know you do.
Well, yeah, Clavicular, I try to take it easy on him now. He seems like he's a young guy, and he's kind of working his way through the world. And he's doing it on a stream, which might not be the best idea. And he'll probably look back on that with a bit of shame. But he's taken on this ideology, Sam, that has been referred to as looks maxing. And as I've pointed out before, this ideology was invented originally by gay men in the 80s to look as hyper masculine as possible for each other so that they would want to fuck each other at the nightclubs. See? And then later down the road, and actually, if you really want to get into it, it's basically a lot of it is what like teenage girls do because they're insecure about their looks too. But anyway, Chris Cantwell, famous gay crying Nazi of Charlottesville, who is very gay and is out of jail now because he's probably a Fed asset. And you should never talk to the man. But anyway, he's very gay. He invented the modern form of looks maxing, including using like nootropic drugs and research chemicals from China and steroids and meth. Funny enough, meth is like the one common denominator. And then even after that, a lot of the trainees that used to hate him took him up on a lot of his tips too. And so the trans community had a proto form of looks maxing, and they even used a lot of the same terminology. And then along came this guy, Clavicular, ran a dude over and became famous. And all of a sudden people are like, oh, looks maxing, this is a new thing. No, this is called what gay men do to attract other men. And we are about to witness, Sam, and I'm gonna not talk over this one and let you guys experience it for yourselves, and we can talk after. Pause for yourselves by all means, but I want to let this play out so it really sinks in. This is 3 trans women confronting Clavicular to explain to him that they were looks maxing long before him and he's basically trans.
Well, and I've seen this. I'm not sure if Mort has. So Mort, since this is your seg, I had to see it. Now you do too.
Ah.
I approve.
Well, and the audience, the poor audience is going to witness a bunch of gay guys chatting about how to be as gay as possible.
Yeah.
Yo, just look to the right. These bitches don't even have pants on.
Now, do we know if the chick like, do we know if this chick right here is actually a chick?
We do have confirmation that that is a female, yes. The only trans I'm aware of are the 3 gentlemen that approach Clavicular.
Okay, gotcha.
Why am I mocking you right now?
What?
I'm drag queen Maxine.
You're what, Max? What?
Drag queen Maxine right now. No shade.
Really?
Yes, like no shade. I'm drag queen Maxine.
What does that even mean?
Drag queen Maxine?
Drag queen Maxine.
So wait, are you
Like representing to the TS.
wait, she a trans?
Yeah.
You're trans?
I'm a trans.
Okay.
Can you tell? You can tell I'm logging.
I just looked at your ass.
You just look at my ass.
Okay.
All you guys are
That
trans?
right now.
All you
Yeah.
guys are trans?
We're all TS.
All of you?
All you guys are trans.
Can you tell?
How did you find your
Yo,
Because we're like just like bad bitches.
I think you're trolling me.
No, I swear to God. Why would I lie?
Do you still did you cut your
My nigga Drago, you looked at the ass too.
No, that's my favorite part about myself. Why would I get rid of it?
So how do you like? Wait, you just tuck it to the back?
Yeah, we're gonna tuck it up, just pull it back, and then, like straight to the butthole, straight to the butthole, baby.
Straight to the butthole.
But you know that trans women are like the OG looks maxers, right? You're mentioning it in the program. Like I do the peptides. I'm on Greta.
I love that the black guy here is just like he's just like trying to process all this
He's trying so hard not to laugh because he's the only one. Like, you notice all these guys, they're not like weirded out by it. The first thing he says, Clav, our totally hetero hero here, Sam, is like, I noticed your abs.
right.
We're witnessing gay flirting, Sam. This is what looks maxing is.
I heard it. I noticed your ass, not abs.
I thought I heard him say I was looking at your ass, not your abs.
No,
But-
well, we got to be fair. It was abs, but yeah, that would be funny too.
But yeah, I mean that one guy over there, he's just like trying to process. And then
Sam,
like
have you ever in your life told a man that you were busy staring at his abs?
Nope.
no.
Do you think that might make you gay?
Yeah, a little.
Looks maxing is gay. Quote me on that, Twitter.
is
Anyone
funny
doing
because-
looks maxing is probably gay.
Yes.
you guys were using a lot of the words in like the subreddits in like 2022.
Yes, we're like the OG.
I saw a couple posts about
You're
that.
like copying us. No shade.
No.
No shade.
No, looks maxing has been around on
Well, I mean,
no
the original. Okay, wait. Can you like low-key rate my like PSI or whatever?
PSL.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Let me go like Stacy vibes.
I don't know.
Is it giving or no?
Nah, you're not. You got tits. How does that even work?
Can you believe or what? Can I get a picture with you?
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
we're gonna come back there.
Chat. I'm so.
He's like really bad at like flirting, even as like a gay guy.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I was just telling her. I was like, I go easy on him because I realize how young this kid is. He's a boy. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's going through like the period of like learning to socialize with different types of people, where in my day you would have learned that at like 13 to 15 years old in like early high school, late middle school. But he's like 19, 20. And so it just looks so weird and awkward, but I get it. He's a young, confused gay man, Sam.
I mean, I wanted to socialize when I was like, 12, 13.
I'd like to talk to Clavicular and all the other looks maxers and just tell you that it's okay to not be a closet homosexual and just come out. It is. It's perfect. I would have so much more respect for you if you just came out as gay than if you said I'm a looks maxer.
Yes.
Same thing, by the way. They mean the same thing. They both mean that in the end, you want other dudes to find you attractive.
That would. It would be actually less gay for him to come out and say, "I'm gay." Would it
Correct.
Yes.
not?
This is what I mean, Sam. Closet gay guys is the worst thing for the gay community at large. Like, and people used to know this. That's why they treated closet gays so bad, is because closet gays get dramatic and act stupid.
Yes.
Open gay guys are just like, yeah, I like other dudes. Who what of it? It's fine, right? But a closet gay guy will basically, he'll ruin the whole society around him to hide his gayness.
Oh, just like Milo is doing right now.
Exactly, yes.
I go out with women and have sex with men.
And I got news for you. That makes you gay.
Exactly.
Sorry for showing you guys their ass. You guys, bro, I'm never meeting this allegation ever again. Which one? Oh yes. Yes. I'm never recovering from this one.
Oh my god.
Fanny made sure to open her mouth for the picture, Sam. And stick their tongue out.
I've been away for like 2 days. So. Thank you. That's what you guys.
Some real shit. Bro, what the fuck just happened? The chat's never gonna forgive me. You were talking to those girls, right? And I literally told them, yo, pan to their asses. The whole chat was like, W Tarzan, W Tarzan. They were loving that shit. And then they come up and say, we're drag maxing. I'm sorry, bro. My bad.
It's all good, bro.
My bad. Have fun.
Well, that may be the gayest thing that I've ever seen in the history of this program.
Hold on, you read Chris Cantwell's gay fan fiction. That's gayer than that. Yeah, I kind of agree.
Okay, second gayest.
It's close.
Yeah.
This is gay as fuck, yeah.
Yeah.
And I stand by, like I say, looks maxing at every opportunity proves itself to be the ideology of a homosexual man. Or an insecure teenage girl. But the thing is, Sam, a homosexual man and a teenage girl tend to have the same goal, which is to get a guy to like them.
True.
And that is also the goal of looks maxing.
Yeah, but like most teenage girls are not like gay or lesbian.
If you're just looking to get girls' attention as a guy, you would be better off art maxing and becoming an artist of some variety.
Or musician maxing.
Well, that's what I mean too. Music, art, like poetry, writing. Chicks will dig you more for that than they'll ever dig you for looks maxing and smoking meth.
True. I can confirm, like from experience, the art maxing thing has worked for me more recently.
Yeah.
So even if ladies don't read my books, the fact that I've written a book intrigues them.
That's why you need to write The Shadows of Deception's, like, offshoot, like a side project that's a romance novel about spies.
50 Shades of Shadows.
That That actually is. That actually is.
You got to have the one spy is forced to torture the fucking one they love for America.
That actually is That actually is going to be an offshoot at some point. Yes.
I can't wait to hear Sam describe sex.
You might.
Sorry.
Yeah. You.
No, you're not, Max.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, all the hooks that we've been seeing lately, it seems like he's got some moves, and maybe he knows a few things.
You might. You might regret that. You might regret saying that, though. That Max.
Hold on though. I think we could handle anything after we all just sat there and had to experience the gayest thing ever written. I think we'll be fine.
Yeah.
At least yours will be straight, unless it's not. And if it's not straight, you don't tell me beforehand. I don't want to know.
It's
if I
not
get in
gay.
there and all of a sudden it's Shadows of Deception is a gay romance novel, I'm gonna be like, that's brilliant. Whole new demographic, Sam.
Yeah, it'll still. It's not gay, but it'll still be interesting. So.
Yeah, but I just told you not to tell me if it's gay, so that's exactly what you would say if it was.
Ass and titties and ass.
Ass, titties, ass, and titties.
I've definitely we've been guilty of a little bit of saucy content ourselves, me and the wife, lately, so I can't hate too bad. There's been some dance videos of certain varieties that have gone up.
Oh yeah. I've seen that. It's so. I've seen. I've written some. I've actually written some songs myself. So
I noticed that too.
Which, Eddie, is there anything you would like to play? Like anything you want to promote? I hear a new album might be coming out here soon, Max.
We put together 2 album playlists you could check out on Pseudo right now for free. She came first with the Sandwich Makers Broadcast LP album, which is available on Maxine Sand on Suno, as well as Blame Max Sand. I just put out A Night at the Dark Disco, which is a collaboration of songs in a style that's used my custom model for Suno, which used all my songs from the Sandwich Makers Broadcast. And it came out pretty stellar. And the whole theme is it's a dark disco. I don't know. That's it.
That is
dark disco. There's goblins and ghouls and ghosts and a cyborg named Mort.
Well, there's also like a black clad savage Sam between like two goth chicks I saw.
Well, if you want to show the promo for the dark disco, I did work pretty hard on that. That's my pinned tweet. It'd be an easy way to bring it right up.
I do want to play one song that I actually did work hard on. I know it's
you should.
This one is one of my favorite ones that I've written actually. I know I've already bashed Tucker once tonight, but what the heck? I just can't stop. It's too good. So this is called Grifters in the Spotlight. It's by moi, Savage Sam. And yeah. Can you guys hear this, by the way?
Well, this.
Could you guys hear that or?
Yes, that's why I muted.
Okay, cool.
Well, they're sitting in the basement, green screen glowing bright. Tucker's got the bow tie, Nick's got the flashlight. One's selling supplements, the other's selling spite. Both of them grifting like it's payday every night. They got the flags and the crosses and the truth on repeat, while the PayPal pings and the crypto wallets tweet. Call it journalism, call it holy war, but the only thing they're fighting for is the next donor score. They're grifting anti-Semitic faggots, boys. Two little men with big, big mouths and tiny, tiny balls. Grifting anti-Semitic faggots, boys. Hiding behind a microphone while the money rain falls.
And by the way, that's what my voice sounds like auto-tuned. So that actually is a sample by voice.
I have other examples of your voice auto-tuned right directly from the show, Sam, too. So we can definitely.
I know.
Got the whole world watching while he cashes all the checks. Independent voice, he says, with that $1 million grin. But the anti-Semite pipeline pays the mortgage on his sin. Nick's in the corner twitching, 19 and full of hate. Live streaming from his mama's house, never had a real day. Screaming about the bankers while he begs for super chats. Little Führer in a hoodie, still wet behind the slats. Grifting anti-Semitic faggots, boys. Two little men with big, big mouths and tiny, tiny balls. Grifting anti-Semitic faggots, boys. Hiding behind a microphone while the money rain falls. They talk about the globalists like it's some big reveal, but the only global thing they love is the next donor's meal. One's playing the statesman, the other's playing the priest. Both of them begging for the cash from the very same beast. So here's to the grifters, may your funds run dry. May the comments turn on you and the super chats say goodbye. May the spotlight fade and the truth finally show. Two sad little hustlers with nowhere left to go. Yeah, they're grifting anti-Semitic faggots, boys. And the joke's on the suckers who keep sending on the dough. Grifting anti-Semitic faggots, boys. Take your bow tie and your hoodie and just let it go. Just let it go.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Sam, I feel I have influenced you perhaps a bit too much, because the hook of that song, I don't know if you caught this, chat, and I'm quoting a song here, an artistic work. I believe the quote is anti-Semitic faggots in the hook. Pretty
Yes.
bass. Pretty epic.
Yes.
Also, if anybody thinks that the AI wrote that for you, I would posit that he wrote anti-Semitic faggots into the hook.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
So the AI did not write that.
No.
It would tell you, no, please, no naughty word. Trust me.
I made it. I have become the master of the AI.
That's right. Well, and I've been taking, like, I wrote real songs, so I'd love to show. If you just go to my Twitter, it's the top pinned post. The video little promo video I made for A Night at the Dark Disco. You can listen to it now, coming to Spotify, iTunes, and everything pretty soon. But I used some AI to generate some video myself, and it came out. And I had like stuff related to the Dark Disco, and yeah, the Sam one is one, the Awesome Mort one. There you go. Goth chicks and Mort and everything. And if you want, you can then listen to the full song on my thing. The album.
As the sun goes down and the shadows gather, so do the creatures of the night, all getting fresh to undeath and putting on their funeral best to come see the Franken bouncers outside the hottest club for the spirits. Shades, shadows, ghouls, goblins, vampires, banshees, brujas, goth chicks, a cyborg named Mort. So get in line, my dearies, for the spookiest, funkiest club in town. Welcome to the Dark Disco. We are supernatural party animals. Yeah, we're super.
Yep.
I dig it.
And the whole album is in that similar style, including a dark disco version of the based Cripple Man, as well as the dark disco Morpheus, which came out so good.
Well, in that song I played will be on my album, which will be coming out soon on Sono. I'm actually in the process of writing the next Night of the Vigilantes sequel right now, so I've got multiple fires in the ovens, and like I said, I'm promoting American Inferno, so yeah, we're cooking.
Well, I got another bit of promo for Maxine, if you would give me a moment. You could go to either her Suno or her Twitter, but the Suno is probably better because she actually just wrote a song and shared it with Paige Collette, better known as The Ring Rat. The song is called The Ring Rat, and there's a hook dance video for it and everything. And I would just that's the one to ask to play. It's for the Sandwich Makers broadcast LP.
And by the way, Paige Collette is very nice.
Yes, Paige is awesome.
I was kind of kind of brave because she retweeted my tweet and commented, so it made me very happy. I got brave and I actually DM'd her and invited her to come on the Sandwich Makers broadcast as a guest. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that maybe I hear from her.
I mean, yeah, hey, we're legitimately. I was telling her, I was like, when it comes to JCW, I went to my first JCW wrestling event, Sam, in 2001, I think, and I've been watching it on video cassettes in the 90s. So I'm a longtime fan. I've been to a lot of JCW events. She's been to quite a few herself, as Maxine, and we've been watching since the Ring Rat debuted. We originally didn't like the way the character was structured. We talked about it in some of our reviews, but we were always like, but we like her. Something about her works, but they're doing it wrong. She came out with a lot better attire. She's actually seems to have gotten in fantastic shape, and she's just really killing it out there. She's a breakout star for JCW. Buying you time to bring this up, Sam, if you haven't. And so it's been really satisfying to watch. And then one thing I learned, and then I tried to share it with everybody, and now you know as well, Sam and Mort, is that she for 7 years was in a wheelchair herself. And that's because she has, what is it, CRPS, or I don't want to say it wrong, but
I'm not really sure. I just know what the nickname of it is.
it's nicknamed for YouTube. On YouTube, it's called the suicide disease, and it basically means she's in constant pain and bruises fairly easily as well. And for her to get out there and wrestle, it did inspire Maxine quite a bit. She's a big fan, and she wrote that song is right at the top there.
I see that.
Ring Rat. And this is for Paige Collette of JCW,
who also has a very funny sense of humor, by the way, too.
Well, hello, I'm a juggalette.
But I call her an inspiration. Going out week after week, doing wrestling shows, never letting the pain. She's in the show. She's a juggalette warrior. When she steps in the ring, you call her a ring rat. I call her a queen. They call her the ring rat, but I call her.
Pretty good.
That's awesome.
So
yeah. And you can, if you want to show that other one, that's the Sandwich Makers broadcast, the most recent hook, right?
Yeah.
That's for the album.
Sisters by choice, screaming the lines till we lose our voice. From pit so blue, holding you close. You were the light in my worst black hole. They hit that friend and raised its sword. Now we ride this warped world. Best friends by chance, sisters by choice. First con, trembling at the gate. Cosplay gear on, black eyeliner late. You ran at me. Is it really you? Nervous laugh, and we both just knew. Friends by chance, sisters by choice.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I just want to say that song was actually inspired by my friendship with my real best friend in real life, former co-host of the Sandwich Makers broadcast, Penn.
Mm-hmm.
I figured that out pretty quickly. No.
Yeah,
Oh.
and so the Sandwich Makers broadcast is available as a LP, is available as a playlist over there, right where Sam's showing. If you can't see it, it's on Suno / Maxine Sand or / Blame Max Sand. That's where my stuff's at. And yeah, the playlist is there for you to listen to. It's the Sandwich Makers Broadcast LP. Her hooks, she makes them herself without AI. She uses Zepeto and animates it to the songs to make them dance. Some of them are fantastic. If you would, Sam, if you could look on mine, I'd like to show at least one more off, but it's on my profile instead of hers. She gets a lot more traffic than me though, because her stuff's so good. But
did we?
You type in Blame Max Sand, all one word.
Okay. I thought maybe I lost you for a sec, but
no.
So
yeah, she makes my hooks too, except for there it is. Except for like a couple that I did. But I have ones I'd love to show off for the show audience because they come from the show, Sam. As you can see, those are just my songs. So
sure.
If you could pick right in the there, yeah. But I want to show the hook off first. If you could go back to my page, I wanted you to show the hook off for Brujas because it's awesome.
Oh my god, yeah.
Then we can listen to the whole song because the song is awesome, but the dance with the so the next one down is my hooks, right? It's featured songs, then hooks, and it's the fourth one from the left.
I had so much fun making it, Sam.
Burn the Brujas.
Burn the Brujas.
I did see this the other night.
Yeah, this is some of her finest work.
Enviemos a todos los ilegales de vuelta a México. Llevo mucho tiempo diciendo esto, Sam. I've been saying this for a long time, Sam. Y Max siempre dice, and Max is always right. Sería mejor el mundo si hiciéramos esas tres cosas. Wouldn't the world be better if we did those three things? Quememos a las brujas. And burn the witches. Tenemos que quemar a las brujas. You gotta burn the witches. Ella me convirtió en un novato. She turned me into a newt. Ahora Max, no está bien quemar a chicas góticas. Now Max, it's not nice to burn goth chicks. Lo sabemos, ya hemos hablado de esto antes. We've talked about this before. Mira, las chicas góticas son brujas. Look, goth chicks are witchy. Me refiero a brujas. Sam, brujas. I mean witches. Sam, witches. Enviemos a todos los ilegales de vuelta a México.
I love it that AI has gotten me to speak Spanish finally.
Sam, that's not the AI. Well, I guess it is. It's the auto translate on YouTube. And then what I did is I took the clips and I line by line matched it up so the song translates. So now that we watched the hook, now go into that playlist that you were going in before because there's some great ones in there. Obviously, you should start with Jelly as Fuck. You remember this one, Sam? It'll start with the bit itself, and you'll remember. But this song is a jam.
Women with big boobs get more hate, according to recent study. Yes! From other women, definitely, yeah. That was the whole thing. Yeah. Which is something else that needs to change. We need to. Bitches be jelly, and that needs to stop, Sam. Yes, I've been saying that for years.
I have not heard someone say someone was jelly in reference to being jealous in a hot minute. Wow.
I hope they got their peanut butter, Sam, because these bitches is jelly as fuck. Bitches be jelly. Get the peanut butter,
liking what they mutter.
Big moves, big talk, big talk, big talk, big hey.
That's the buffer,
Hope they got that peanut butter. Cause these bitches staying jelly as fuck. Slide in the spot like a knife through the toast. Yeah, I'm smooth with the spread when I ghost. Drip so thick, need a spoon for the flex. Got them stuck to the roof of they mouth when I boast. I'm the damn sandwich, you crumbs on the plate. I'm the wolf man, baby, you a snack size plate. Got your grunt.
Real quick, I have to pause here and say that when we initially did that segment, I was just looking for an excuse to talk about boobs on air, and now it's become a song. I love it.
I know, and that chorus slaps so hard, right? And then it made my rap sound a lot like Ludacris, which I appreciate too.
By the way, the rock opera song I made, you actually used the line "bitches be jelly."
Yeah, I know. That's why I was dying, because I put this out the same day, so you couldn't have even like been influenced by it. That's so sick. See, great mind.
For the jam that I lay, she a PB fan, you just J-E-L-L-L. I'm skippy with the bars, you a bargain brand. I got bread on deck in the jar in hand. If they talk that smack, I just throw that smuckers. Cause these bitches be jelly, I'm a bad mother. Bread love, but I still get paid. If they salty with the nuts, that's just part of the trade. I'm thick, I'm rich, I'm nuttier than most. And they all wanna taste when I pop, let's talk.
Get your peanut butter,
Talking that smack.
They liking what they mutter,
Big boots, big talk, big talk, big talk, big hey.
That's the buffer,
Hope they got that big peanut butter. Cause these bitches staying jelly as fuck. These bitches staying jelly as fuck.
Get more hate, get more hate, get more hate. According to recent studies, Billy.
Hope they got that peanut butter, peanut butter. These bitches is jelly, 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 jelly.
I also really appreciate that also your and Maxine's voice.
DJ Sandman coming. Slide in. Let it spread now. Let it spread now. Sandman coming one time. Break the bread now. Break the bread now. Bitches be
Jelly. Did I get the peanut butter?
Talking that smack.
They liking what they mutter,
Big boots, big talk, big talk, big talk, big hey.
That's the buffer,
Hope they got they big peanut butter. Cause these bitches staying jelly as fuck. Wolfman coming, spread it thick, they can't touch us. Whole club stuck to the groove when the bass stomp. Big drip, big bread, big flex, that's the supper. Hope they got they peanut butter. Cause these bitches staying jelly as fuck.
Oh yeah, I got the little animation for the blue hot too.
Pretty dope there. And
the only other one to show off is the full Bruja song, because it's dope. The rest are all in that playlist, and there's some bangers in there. Some of them are literally just our bits with light jazz. Some of them are, I turned my top 10 lists into raps. The Impress Women one's very funny. And yeah, just taking bits from the show and running them through my custom model on Suno has been great results. But see, Burn to Brujas, Sam. I used probably one of the edgiest bits I've ever done on the show. And we found it very funny that it translated it into Spanish, right?
Mm-hmm.
On YouTube.
Yeah.
We were joking about Brujas, Sam, Brujas, And so what I did is I took the English and the Spanish versions, mashed them together, and made it a club upbeat with Latin influence song where it actually translates a line of the show from English to Spanish, and it goes back and forth between the two. So the song basically translates our bit about burning witches, and it's a banger.
Awesome. I do have some breaking news
We got news.
that you and more and Maxine might find interesting from the New York Post, which is, and this is the literal headline: "Crazed homeless man accused of slaughtering Irina Zarutska untrained found incompetent to stand trial."
Yeah,
That's
I came across that earlier, but there is sort of an addendum there, is that's for the state case, not the federal one, which he has both.
Yeah.
So it's not as big a problem. Like, New York is going to be a piece of shit. We expect that.
Yeah.
Yep. But as far as I understand it, he's still charged federally with this murder.
Well, there's
Good.
also this there was also a story, and I didn't have time to find the link, but there's a story of a Haitian man here in Florida who I guess beat a woman to death with a hammer, and wouldn't you know it, he came in under Biden's
Of course he did.
porous border. So, as I've been saying, oh, and I suppose this also transitions to kind of what's been going on with Asmongold. Yeah, deport the fucking third world. Basically is what I'm.
Well, it's that. Hey, that's not what he got banned for. Even what he got banned for specifically was he said he didn't care about the opinion of some illiterate sheep farmers in Afghanistan, and neither do I. Are we? See, the thing is, we're not on Twitch. We're not on Twitch, and we never have been, because fuck Twitch.
Totally.
But that's not a crazy thing to say. That's like saying I also don't care about the opinions of like rich, well-educated Chinese people in China. Right?
Correct.
I care when it comes to America, I care about American opinions for the most part. And I don't even care about all of those, because some people's opinions just don't matter because they're retarded.
Like all of Hollywood?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I mean, we could start making lists of all the retarded opinions out there, but we acknowledge that there are definitely people whose opinions you should never take seriously. And I will be the first one to submit my own name for that list, too.
I mean...
And never listen to the goddamn cripples.
No.
Actually, no one listens to you guys anyway, so...
Well, they should. We're the ones that you should listen to.
That's the irony, isn't it? The ultimate 180, it's a swerve, bro, Vince Russo moment of life is that the one group of people you should listen to is probably the cripples. And no one will ever do it. Things would be better. Dude, if people listen to Sam more, things would be better.
Thank you. Yeah.
Whitfield, when are you eligible? 2036 or something.
Yes. I will be, let's see, I'm 31 now. So 35. I mean, yeah, I'm still a couple more elections away, but there will be time.
It just rolls though. President Whitfield.
Yes.
You wouldn't even be the first, second, or third cripple.
No.
Sam, we had a guy that was brain dead and pooped in front of the Pope. You're way above the bar to be president.
Well, that is true. So I would also put you I would also put you and Evan in charge of the in charge of the press secretary.
Oh, that would be bad for the press.
Well, yes, it would. And here's the real kicker, Max. The press would be praying to get Evan because, like, you would be the heel press secretary.
Well, I would put them in camps.
Well, yeah,
just media though. Not everybody. It ain't like that. Like normal people, who cares? But like media, you know, when they get really, really snippy, and it wouldn't be like a work camp or a death camp, Sam. It would be a politeness camp.
Yes.
And investigative journalism camp. Right? Like you piss off the President Whitfield, you're going to camp. You're going to learn how to be a fucking press secretary pool person who can conduct themselves befitting of that status, or you're going to get beat up by a drill sergeant.
I actually think that's
how not omit facts and stories.
I think that's I think that's actually a great idea.
And it's totally voluntary because there's a third option is that you could just not be a journalist anymore. You can leave the camp, you just can't be a journalist ever again.
So yeah. Well, speaking of hypocrisy and whatnot, so here is Asmongold's official tweet on the matter. Banned for an entire week because I said I don't give a fuck about the opinions
Sam,
of
did you just call it an official tweet? This is the official tweet of Asmongold.
Yes.
Okay, guys, we gotta treat this as an important. This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is the official tweet of Asmongold.
Well, I do take Asmongold more seriously than a lot of journalists.
Zach's a nice guy.
As we
I've
should.
never had anything but great interactions with him. Some of his opinions are retarded, but so are some of mine, I'm sure. So, like, that's fine. I just love it that you're like, this is his official tweet on the matter.
Listen, he may be retarded, but, like, you know, Tucker Carlson is out there scolding people for mocking Islam.
Retarded, but he's not a hoe. And that's why I respect Zach.
Yeah.
If he is a hoe, he's at the very least the highest of class hoes.
You know,
moral of the story,
he's the
don't be
kind
a
of
hoe.
hoe you got to fly to Dubai.
Well, yeah, pretty much.
You'll get it, but it'll cost you.
I'm actually trying to find the video of him, like saying that he doesn't care about the opinion of.
Also, probably a disease involved.
Third worlders.
Well, if you want to make me stop, Sam, you better get it together.
Okay, I don't know if this is the actual video, but this is what he's been saying lately.
Well, no, he did a
guys,
yeah, that's it, but it's not.
Got suspended on Twitch in the middle of my Crimson Desert playthrough. I don't know what I'm going to be able to do. It's going to be an entire week. I mean, geez, guys, I'm going to have so much free time. well, I guess I could start by making this video, right? So I got suspended last night on Twitch. I end my stream and I come back from the gas station and I get a message and somebody says, why can't I chat in your stream? And I'm like, well, I don't know what happened. And I look and I get a message and it says that my account has been suspended for 7 days because of hateful conduct. So this is what I did. This is what I said. I said that I didn't give a fuck about the opinions of third worlders. And then particularly in the thing that they referenced, I was referring to illiterate goat herders from Afghanistan.
Again, the way this looks out in the public is not a United States.
The opinions of third worlders don't matter. Like, I don't care what some illiterate goat herder thinks in Afghanistan. It doesn't matter.
In the context of those people believing AI generated videos about Iran winning the war and nuking Israel off the map. Gentlemen, I would like to confirm that I am 100% right and you don't either. And neither do they. Because if Twitch cares about their opinions, why don't they apply Afghanistan's opinions to women on Twitch? That would be interesting, wouldn't it? But everybody knows nobody gives a fuck about them. Nobody cares. I'm not sorry. I'm right. I said nothing wrong, and nothing I said was against the terms of...
That is one thing I want to point out too. That is hilarious. Just kind of on an on and off topic. Iran is like trying to claim that they have some moral victory, but they've been posting like really bad like Call of Duty CGI
Arma 3.
You know, it's hilarious. The Iran cope, Max, is something that will be studied for years.
I heard they blew up Israel and it's gone.
Oh, is that like
a video of it on Facebook?
But Max, I thought you were banned on Facebook.
I am. I have to log in without an account, but where else am I supposed to get my boomer ass opinions from, Sam?
Well, that's true. I didn't think of that.
What, Rumble?
But, well, yeah, you could go there too.
There's definitely some boomer ass opinions on Rumble.
Oh yeah. Also, yeah, Tim Pool is like he keeps
bald.
Yeah, bald, and also like he was another one that was like outraged that Trump made fun of Muslims on Easter, which makes me just be like, you know what? Trump needs to do that all the time now.
What did the Muslim woman say before she ran into a crowd of people and blew herself up with a suicide vest, Sam?
Allahu Akbar?
Yeah, he got it. Oh, man, you ruined my punchline. Everybody gets that one. Must not be a good joke.
No, it's a great one.
It's a fantastic joke. It's just one that everybody knows.
You know what's unfortunate though is that after when they get their jihad paradise and they find that the virgins are just a bunch of gooners from Twitter, they're going to be very disappointed.
Imagine waking up and it's just 72 Nick Fuentes.
Yep.
72.
And you gotta be their cat boyfriend.
Oh, geez.
That's because all Muslims go to hell, Sam. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Am I mocking their faith? Is that mocking all faith? Get fucked, Tucker. Oh, you can't make jokes about anything ever because it's really serious. Tucker, go fuck yourself.
Well, I also don't take anything that Tucker says seriously anymore because he will. He has he has little Chinese CCP assets on his show now openly, and
Well, that
so
Qatar money's
But is he
starting to
fucking Chinese
dry up
spy?
a little bit. You got to diversify into taking Chinese and probably Russian money.
yeah. Well, I mean, listen,
We only
Russia.
take good old-fashioned American money here on the Whitfield Report. Unless you happen to be from somewhere else and buy Sam's book, we'll take that money too. Matter of fact, never mind. Pay us lots and lots of money. Hey, China, I'll stop saying you're the most evil country in the world for about
Give us all the human money.
65,000.
65,000. That's it.
Well, I said stop saying they're the most evil country. I didn't say they're good.
Fair enough. They would need to pay me like $56 billion in order to say that.
You see, we're never going to sell out this way, Sam.
That
you raise the bar so high, they're not even going to offer. And it's like, God damn it. Maybe we would have accepted $1 bajillion, but Sam needs 65 of them.
Give me
I mean, hey, listen.
Man of principle.
I mean, hey, listen. You know, upgrading Morpheus' operating system does not come cheap.
Well, but it's negotiable based on like who we're selling out to, Sam. Think about that for a second. Like, I feel like I would shill for the government of Mexico for a much lower price than the government of China.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, because I mean, let's face it.
I generally like Mexico, and
How about
so
the
that would
CCP?
be. Although I would, it'd be hard though, because like they need to rein in the cartels. The people are even out there telling them that, but otherwise,
yeah,
I could do some work. I could try and fix things, but China's tough because they're commie bastards and sneaky.
Yeah,
and they because they're Chinese, Sam. You can't trust them.
They really do need to you know, rein things in.
Yeah.
Welcome back, More. You went to the moon there.
I did.
It seems.
And since we're talking about selling out, I will sell out for being given control of Epic Games.
I mean, More, that's asking a lot.
You guys are like Danhausen asking Speed for his mansion over here. Jeez. I would sell out for a lot less than these gentlemen, and that's kind of funny because you would think it's the opposite. I don't need to run one of the biggest game studios in the world or multiple millions of dollars. It's just negotiable on what you want me to shill. I'm a businessman, Sam.
Well, how much would you have to would you have to be paid to shill for Israel?
Whatever they say the going rate is. What is it, like $8,000 or something? That's fair.
Yeah,
I want double.
But I retain the right to say that Netanyahu is a retard anyway. Otherwise, I need like triple.
Well, okay.
And then it'd have to be a monthly recurring charge, you know,
Well,
because
yeah.
I know how to do business with Jewish people. I've done it before. You just got to be very particular about how the deal works there.
Well, you know what? Listen. You know, I do think
I would also have to bring my expert to the table. So my expert Jew is Craig, and he would help me negotiate the deal.
Well, yeah. Well, yes. That's what I was
See,
saying.
the anti-Semites' problem, Sam, is that they think there's no way to negotiate some of the problems that come with just the way Jews do business for you if you're not as smart as they are. But the counter to that is an anti-Semite can't do this because of the nature of what they believe, is to hire your own Jew.
Right.
To advocate for your interests within that system.
Yeah, that thought has not ever occurred to them, and it's
No.
hilarious. And it's hilarious. I was accused, Max, of being Jewish this weekend.
Awesome. Yeah, Whitfield sounds very Jewish. It's
It
like
sounds
the most like English name I've ever heard, but you go on.
yeah, it sounds English and Irish as fuck, which is
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Is it? Are they saying you get a big nose? Like, what is it about you that makes you Jewish to them?
Basically the fact I basically shit on them and defend Israel
Right.
all the time.
The old "you're not a Nazi, so you must be a Jew" trick. Love that one.
Yeah. And the funny the funniest thing is they think because see in their mind like that's like a major insult if they call you like a Jew and it's like okay, you think I'm Jewish.
I'm glad we drove
So
that audience off though, because I would have hated for like a chat comment to be like last week when we had one of the somebody with like an experience and a career, and we used to get some of those random chatters until we started driving them off openly and saying like we don't like Nazis specifically. They'd be like, "You're Jewish, and this is Jewish, and that's Jewish," and I'm like, "That's not even. It's not even an argumentative anything, and it's not an insult. So I don't know what it is."
that's basically what Twitter has turned into, unfortunately, since Charlie Kirk died. Like I'm not even joking.
There's definitely been more of it than I've ever seen since. I would say October 7th, though, was when it really started to kick off.
Yeah.
Because that's when the left started doing it. And then the Charlie Kirk thing made a bunch of like segments of the right do it too. And now we're just surrounded by people that say whatever retarded thing pops in their head, use either no evidence or AI evidence to back it up. I mean, it's basically what we were talking about with Rob last week, is why I say one of the perfect people to talk about our biggest critique, which is the bias in the media directly and openly. And also we've never said it's this giant top-down shadowy conspiracy. That's why I was so glad to have him on to talk about that, because that's exactly what he said too. It's not. They are just part of the same ideology and they know their role.
Yeah,
And they are, because they work within that framework from the ground up. When they walk in the newsroom, they're like, yes, I want to talk about trans issues. I want to talk about Black Lives Matter. I want to be for COVID lockdowns. So they come into it with that attitude, and there's so many of them, and they hire their friends. We know this, that a lot of like woke hiring was nepotism based and DEI, right?
No way.
Shocker. And that's exactly what this guy, who presumably, like I said, he's not a political guy, Rob. That's not what his primary goal in any of that was. He has his opinions, and you notice it didn't even come up, our differences from his on politics, because we are also like him, much more focused on the media manipulating people. And I even had to correct my tweet, because in my mind I thought his book was Lies of Omission, simply because no, his book is strongerly titled than that, Sam. It's Crimes of Omission. He is literally accusing the media of committing crimes in their pursuit of covering up truth and not telling truth. And that was the perfect guest for us to discuss that, because this is a thing we've been saying since I've been on the show, and both of us have been saying it probably a decade before that too.
Which to be completely honest and to give some like behind the scenes feedback, his publicist who's who I'll keep their name anonymous, but their publicist, Rob's publicist, had been watching the show for a few weeks, and I guess that was one of the themes that she noticed of our show, was that we were calling out the media inconsistencies. and specifically like grifters like, Tucker. Also the fact that we didn't jump onto the whole Epstein, panic train.
Well,
And
I hope so, because then I reckon that my biggest worry about the interview, Sam, was when I was trying to explain the extremist elements from like younger like streamers that have replaced pundits for a lot of young people. I was worried that he wouldn't catch on that this isn't a small problem when I talk about like Hassan Piker, for example, because Hassan Piker and Rachel Maddow's numbers, fluctuate between who's in front on any given day. And that's because, yeah, young progressives do watch him, whether we like him or not.
yeah.
And I just wanted to, and I think I got it across to him quite well, that the same thing is happening there. The Twitch streamers are all doing the woke shit or the lefty shit because their friends do it. They're bringing it organically to the table, like he was talking about in the newsroom. It's not a top down. They're not being told, but they are being rewarded. That's the top down part. The thing
That's
is,
the
if you
problem.
say the right opinions, you get the tokens, you get the breadcrumbs, you get the coin, good boy, you get a shekel.
Yeah.
And the problem for us is we engage in behaviors that get us a shekel one way, like don't get us a shekel one way or another, because we don't give a fuck. It's hard to control us. Sam's over here writing slurs in his songs because he hates grifters so much.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and because like I think, and more specifically because it's like, specifically with Tucker, what bothers me the most is this is a guy who had Charlie Kirk on like a month before his death, right, and claimed to be one of Charlie Kirk's greatest friend, one of his best friends.
And at the very least, Charlie Kirk had expressed, admiration for Tucker for years, so that's true. You're right. They were close to some
Yeah,
degree.
and then less than less than a month after his death, he has on the man child, I should say, that Charlie openly like despised the most and doesn't even like push back on anything.
And that's one thing I want to hammer home that I learned from that, Sam, is I think that we should invite anybody who has a different take about Charlie Kirk on. I'd love to hear why they feel that way too. But I don't think we stand in a position, Sam, where if somebody's going off on some crazy, they're going to have to expect pushback.
Yeah.
And that's why I think a lot of people don't want to have that kind of conversation anymore. And I'm pretty sure that's what both you, I, and Rob were kind of diagnosing last time, is that because people don't want to have those conversations, they end up in bubbles rather than seeking what is true, what is most correct.
And I
What are
will
facts.
and I will tell you this, like I'm not gonna name drop on air, but like I've had authors who have wanted to come on, some pretty, famous lefties, and some pretty famous authors who are lefties, and they've wanted to, talk like, how Trump being evil is, a theme in their book or whatever, right? And I've wanted to, and I've, asked them, well, I'd like to push back on that a bit, and suddenly they don't want to be guests on the show anymore
because they don't want to be challenged on it.
And
Right.
that's also why if a lefty does come on the show, like, yeah, maybe some people felt like we didn't, I guess, push him on certain things. Like he said that the 2020 election is stolen, and he said he's not sorry. And I said, why would he have a problem saying that?
Well, you say
our audience are like, you guys understand that we look at you as grown people, and you can hear that without wetting your pants, we assume.
We would hope.
Well, he said that it wasn't stolen.
I'm sorry. Yes, he said that it wasn't stolen, and he's not sorry that he says that. And I was like, exactly. You shouldn't be sorry that that's your you're, and I can say as a journalist, it's his investigative journalist with experience, educated opinion about it.
Right.
And you can take that or you can leave that. But I immediately was like, yes, you can say that. And it doesn't matter what the audience thinks, because frankly, I just think that the audience are grown folk, adults, and they can hear an opinion that they disagree with and not shit their pants. And so, yeah, we wouldn't necessarily tear down any lefty we had on as a guest. I don't know why people would expect that.
Even though a lot of the right wingers, I wanted to address this last week since it was relevant, but we didn't get the chance. You know, there's and I was going to do a podcast about this on Friday, but I just didn't get around to it. So there was a Daily Mail headline, you know, and the Daily Mail is, you know, tabloid, right? So super reliable guys, and they were saying that basically the bullet fragment does not match, so therefore Candace and all them folks were saying that, well, that proves that Tyler Robinson is innocent, guys. And to that, I just want to say, like, regarding the whole Charlie Kirk thing, like, the trial is in May. We'll cover it when it happens. But
we keep having to cover people's emotional outbursts from both sides, mind you.
Yeah.
Because I still remember we watched that TPUSA clip and we ripped them apart for being way too emotional and letting all of the attention get to them and expressing it in such a public way that I didn't think was a good look. Candace, we pointed out, crazy. But like there's even friends, extended friends of us that believe in some of those theories. But here's the thing. I know Val Venus particularly is a Palm Pistol Ricky believer, okay? I would love to open invitation, Val. I'd love for you to convince me. I am very skeptical and I will push back a little bit, but not against you, because I think the thing is, I think Val Venus is a smart guy. I respect him in a lot of ways. I just disagree on that one issue. But what kind of world do we live in where the idea would be, well, I don't want to hear his opinion about it just because I disagree? I think that's like, it's so fundamental to like what we talk about with right to offend, that like hearing that offensive opinion shouldn't be the problem.
Well,
I want to hear all the opinions.
Well, I want to hear all the opinions. However, with that being said, I also want evidence. If you're going to be on if you're going to be on Candace's train and say that Erica Kirk you know, was the one actually behind.
Claims require evidence, and very bold claims should require bold evidence. I agree with you.
Yeah, and that is an extremely bold claim, especially considering that Erica Kirk wasn't even in the same state. She has like
But that's the kind of particulars I would love to get into with somebody, but
Right.
I don't want to bury the lead there. I'm providing open invite to Val Venus. I would love for you to, uncensored, we're not going to tell you anything you can't say. Explain to me your theory about the death of Charlie Kirk, because I respect Val Venus, Sean Morley, whatever you want to call him. And I know he's a very intelligent guy. He's a man of God, and he's not usually unreasonable. So if he could give his side of things and convince me, I would be open to at least allowing him that opportunity. But that's because he's not acting the way that Candace and some of these people are either.
Right.
He's just saying, look, and he shares evidence. That's why I say he could probably make at least a case enough where you could say he's not crazy. I don't think he's crazy. I don't think he's stupid. So I would love to hear his logic behind it, or other people as well. I think that people get the wrong idea about us, Sam. We love to hear alternative opinions. It's just that we will ask questions.
Yeah.
That's where you and I have always gotten along, and more too, because he comes in with some great questions a lot of times too.
That's also where a lot of that's also where a lot of guests sometimes get upset with, both of us, particularly me, because I ask questions that to be fair, I don't think they're unreasonable, but people can't answer them
You
always.
ask questions that are off of what would be the normal script that they would be prepared for. That's what it is.
Right.
You make people have to think on the fly, and some people are better. Excuse me. Some people are better than others at that.
Right. Right, which, to be fair, that does happen, but some people just don't like questions that don't fit their narrative at all. Like I said,
That too.
Well, like I said, if you're going to accuse Erica Kirk of, being behind Charlie Kirk's death, what actually is the evidence behind that? What even is her motive? Would be my question. Why not just divorce Charlie?
And
That
that's
would
the thing is, I know for a fact that specifically Val Venus has specific answers to a lot of these questions from his perspective, and a lot of people won't talk to him anymore because of it. And so you know me, I have a soft spot for people that have alternative opinions and can express them well. And so I'd love to hear it. I would just we're gonna ask questions. If that's okay, then I'd love to have him on.
Now what I will say is this is, does Erica Kirk have, like, we've talked about this too, specifically regarding Erica Kirk. I think her coming out to, like, fireworks at Charlie's memorial service, was that optically bad? Yeah, you could kind of argue, some people have argued that that wasn't a good look, but that does not equal the fact that like, TPUSA having bad optics under her does
Being
not
cringe doesn't make you a murderer.
Right, which is what some of them are trying to basically, like, say,
Yeah,
basically.
well, I'd love to get him to speak. Like so I don't want to lump him in with anybody else, but I'd love to hear what
Right.
Val Venus has to say about this because we do disagree, and we'd love other people. If you disagree, if you come from the left, we'd actually like to chat with you. We're not doing that shit where we all sit in a bubble and won't talk to the other people. And so if you want to do that, then I guess go sit in your bubble. But we like to have conversations with people and be introduced to new ideas. This is what we do, both of us.
Yeah. And yeah, but I mean, just regarding regarding the ballistics, like, my whole thing regarding that whole thing with people getting overreactive is, I want, at this point, regarding the whole Charlie Kirk thing, I'm not really interested in it until, like, until the trial starts and we actually know what the proposed evidence for and against is, because right now it's all
It's about
speculative.
half the evidence is public and half of it is still not. So yeah, that's not enough to have a trial, let alone make a determination.
Yeah, and everything going right now on the internet is speculation, which, like, again, going back to Val Venus, I would be more than happy to have a conversation with him, but, like, also, I just think for everyone involved, it would be great once, once the evidence for and against is presented. So,
I agree with you, Sam. But I was just saying is like it's more general than that, right? Is we've been complaining that right wing people don't want to answer certain of our questions, and left wing people are afraid to talk because on account of we got all American flags and shit sometimes. And the truth of the matter is if you put the three of us on one of them square political charts, we trend very much towards the center middle right. All three of us.
yeah.
Facts.
And in some cases, yeah, I probably I probably have the more extreme opinions on the right, and Mort is probably the ones that come from the left. Although we have a lot of the same, and that's because normal people don't fit in those bubbles so cleanly as they'd like to think.
Yeah, I would say I kind of come from like maybe not like a strict neocon like right, but I'm kind of like more adjacent to that than I
You
was.
grew up a Bush guy, which I always found fascinating.
Yes, because
Now, what do you think about Bush nowadays, Sam?
I think he's meme worthy. But
I was talking about a different kind of Bush. Never mind.
You mean that kind of Bush.
Or are we talking the band?
He's a huge fan of Bush. Ow. My glasses. They went in my coffee, Sam. I got pelted with ding-dongs.
So pull them back right back at her.
I don't love the ding-dongs.
What I thought women like being pelted with ding-dongs.
Samuel.
Sorry, you keep.
No, you're not, Sam.
That is
got
true.
You there.
That is true. I am not sorry at all.
You're grounded. That's it. You're grounded.
I got double ding-donged in the face, and it threw my glasses into my coffee.
That's what she said.
Now they're all sticky.
Only double ding-dong? Not triple ding-dong?
The old double ding-dong in the cheek. Happens every time, Sam, I swear.
People do forget sometimes that this is a late night show. So anyway.
And late at night, sometimes you get the double ding-dong out.
Yeah. That happens.
Nothing but highbrow comedy here.
Highbrow comedy and low ever highbrow comedy. So
an intellectual discussion of a stimulating and intriguing nature. And also ding-dongs.
Yes. And you know what? I had something and I don't have it anymore.
Here, you can have my ding-dong.
Oh, for the love of God.
And more is back from the dark side of the moon.
Yes, I am back again.
The dark side is where he goes to recharge, Sam.
Yes.
But the light side's where all the bases are for the lizard men and the snake people and the Draculas.
And the Nazis.
And the Nazis. Then the Nazi Draculas, by the way, Sam. They've spread. They've merged.
Oh, speaking of the light side of the moon, we might be getting a moon base by like 2030.
Well, that's good. Mort could use some fucking support up there. He's been fighting all these Draculas, Nazis, Andromedans, zombies.
Fact.
I like the idea that we will be. I'm not even joking. I like the idea that the moon will be United States territory.
Yeah,
once again.
I think it could be a state, like the moon. Everybody else is going to change its name to something gay like Lunar or no, the moon. You know what? Make it even more American and the moon.
My God.
I actually think that is unironically a good idea. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, we got DA space MOON. Da moon. It's American territory. We can call it whatever the fuck we want.
I fully agree.
And we'll mandate that they pronounce it correctly with that Chicago
The
style
Gulf of
accent.
America.
Da moon.
Yeah, I don't think that I'm never gonna pronounce it that way.
Well, you're gonna have to go to that camp I was talking about then, Sam, until you learn how to be a proper journalist and pronounce. You think elocution, diction, and pronunciation isn't gonna be part of journalist camp, Sam?
It definitely will be. I'm just.
It do be like that, Mr. Whitfield.
Oh, by the way, R.I.P. to the Will Stansel show.
What do you mean? Long live the JD Vance show.
Oh, really?
Did you not see the JD Vance show today, Sam?
No, I did not.
You have to.
You have to watch the JD Vance show.
Oh,
it's the new Will Stansel show. I'll put it that way.
Let me see what's going on here. We might have to do another live. Yeah.
It's 17 minutes. I don't think you can watch the whole thing. It's good though.
Let me see.
Yes, Emily Yukis published today the JD Vance show, and we were dying laughing. Some people are going to be upset with a bit of the messaging, but as a huge fan of Emily for so long, I expected nothing less. She pissed everybody off, and well done. She had Peter Thiel do JD Vance in the butt.
Oh.
And Peter Thiel and Alex Karp are in like some kind of death match between the AI defense contract bros. And then they end up having their giant bots destroy Israel, which then gets nuked by Iran at the same time. Oh, spoilers. It's pretty edgy, Sam, but I expected nothing less. Well done, Emily Yukis. Another banger.
Yeah, I'm seeing this, and since we're on YouTube, I'm not sure I can play it.
I would not suggest it.
Yeah.
There's a sexual assault in it.
I'm seeing that, and that's
now. Granted, it's an AI generated one.
Well,
so I don't know, but yeah, I don't think we should fuck around with YouTube with the Emily's work until we know it's safe.
Yeah.
But shout out, I'm going to be as blunt as possible about this. Is I learned so much from interviews that she did, particularly the one she did with Pod Awful, where she got into her workflow and how she, as a animator for decades, is integrated AI into her workflow, and how she can use it to make the best possible product. And I think everybody should listen to that episode of Pod Awful if you plan on making art with AI. And if you're like, fuck people who make art with AI, I mean, that's cool. You're going to get left behind is my opinion, but that's cool.
Yeah.
So don't check out, you don't have to check out our music. Although I would say this, you're undercounting it because 90% of it is actually not AI. I'm basically using AI to replace the producer like Rick Rubin.
Same.
And you can hear the difference with a lot of the stuff that I produce with that custom engine, that it's my drums, it's my instruments that I've made songs with over the years. See, a lot of people don't have a catalog of music to plug into this thing to do that with, right? But I sat there, Sam, I sat here on the show gushing about my own drums, how I make them really punchy, even like the theme song, right? Well, those drums are now a part of my custom model on Suno that is based off of just my songs. And I can bring in stuff from outside of it, from the regular model as needed, but normally it's going to pull from my own soundscape, which is fucking dope.
So
and it's some really good stuff. I have a full-blown album putting out in that style. Dark Disco was done using that. And basically all the stuff I'm going to put out uses my custom engine.
yeah, and I mean, I've got, like I said, I've got like a prog rock album coming out. The thing that's nice for me is like I have song lyrics, but I cannot play uh an instrument. And I've tried.
I'm gonna remix some of your shit in my engine just to see, Sam.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you, my drums are poppier than what's in the default. And I have like horns that sound better. If you notice, like a lot of my jazz stuff just sounds really clean. It's because I used a lot of jazz horns and samples, and I made jazz synths in my music.
Yeah.
Same stuff that was on Sandwich Makers. It's a large pool of music. It's like 6 hours of music. That's enough to. You only need like 25 songs, and I gave it 150.
Yeah. Well, that's just like how I've been using ChatGPT for Shadows of Deception. Like I've been feeding it basically, you know, an engine of like all my writing fictionally from college too. So I'm
If
not.
you're not augmenting your work with AI, that's cool. And I think there will be a market for that too. Fully human made projects. You got to start marketing it that way. But in the long run, the top people in any field plus AI, an expert plus AI is going to have the best results. AI by themselves are going to generate what we call slop. If you don't put any of your own lyrics or your own music or your own anything into one of the songs in Suno, and you just let it write your song and let it write the style, it's going to sound a lot like everything else. The only way to make your works, and so this is true of other arts using generative AI as well. The only way to make your shit stand out is to base it on real work and be basically human in cooperation with AI, expert plus AI. Anything less than that is, yeah, it's going to come out like slop.
The book cover I did for American Inferno, yes, it is AI, but I actually took images I found of the riots, of like various riots, just online.
Well, that's less important than I want to point out with your book. Writing, you write almost 100% of it. I would say because you use AI as a basic bitch editor.
Well, yeah,
maybe 1 to 3% of the work.
Yeah.
It's really low percentage because I've seen rough cuts before you do that. I've read I'm aware of how Sam writes. Spoiler. And yeah, the AI maybe moves a fucking comma here and there. It's like 1% AI. And so if the book covers is different, you know,
Yeah.
hey, can they expect that you're going to be good at both the visual arts and writing and fucking all of this other stuff? No, that's why AI is so great for independent creators. And I think that it's going to lead to a renaissance of independent creation, the likes of which the previous decade is going to be like, holy shit.
Yeah, well, that's what that's what basically Mr. Medicare has been saying about AI for the past, you know, couple of years.
I actually haven't heard him even talk about it, but it's interesting that we both come to that conclusion. I think some are better than others. I think open source is always best, but
Yeah.
humans with high level AI that's geared to, and I don't just mean in the arts, Sam. Think about this: the top level chemists and doctors and medical engineers working with AI to try and cure cancer stand a better chance than without AI. The top engineers in the world stand a better chance at running their calculations through AI and getting an interesting result they hadn't considered before and making some big innovation that way. Materials, storage of energy, energy sources, all of these things, if the top experts augment themselves, so to speak, with AI, have the potential to make breakthroughs that would have taken us decades otherwise. So I am very pro AI in that sense. And
Yes.
generative AI, like we're using for music and people use for art, I had been on the fence about, as you know. Well, now I come down on the side of this. Yes, the basic stuff that it produces is good enough that most people, it's good enough for them. that's what we call slop. And yeah, it's going to be hard for you to compete with that without using AI. But if you make something great without any AI, people, I think, would still recognize it. However, the expert with the AI is also going to be able to make something far better than that baseline too.
Right.
And because of that, I think we're going to have like a stratification of art in a way that's never happened before, where you're going to have human art that's maybe the most flawed being valued highly by a certain segment of the population. And then the high-end AI art, like, let's say Rick Rubin producing his records with AI. I know he said specifically he wouldn't do that, but I'm just using him as an example of a top-tier producer. He making music and using AI to kind of spit off rough edges or whatever. It's probably going to make the top-tier music for the radio or whatever. And then average Joe's going to make something that where he used to be able to make basically nothing is kind of listenable music. And I think that's going to be true of visual arts. I think it's going to be true of a lot of things. I think there's also, even in like fields like engineering, there's going to be the dope guy who says, I don't want to use AI and everything. I'm drafting on a table by hand, and he's going to make something sick. But likewise, the top level engineers working with an AI model that knows what they're doing are probably going to make some cool breakthroughs as well. And speaking of engineers, and also we talked about getting, your personal Jew to handle Jewish affairs. Craig's joined us.
Indeed he has. Welcome, sir.
Welcome, welcome.
And then he silences us.
No,
as if to say, fuck you.
Wait, I'm a personal Jew now?
No, what I was saying earlier, the joke is the anti-Semites have never been smart enough because they see problems in dealing with Jewish type business that they don't understand because they're not very smart. And that's why you like hire a Jewish accountant.
Also, Craig, I've been accused of being Jewish too. So
you've been accused of being Jewish.
Yes.
I think we've all been accused of being Jewish at this point.
I mean, I don't know how the fuck a rabbi does it, but I guess welcome to the club for now.
Yeah. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to get my I'm waiting to get my yarmulke or whatever.
Oh, those cost extra.
Especially the nice ones.
Right?
Yeah.
You got to crochet those yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, put that work in, Sam.
Well, there you go. That's why I need a 3D printer. I need a 3D printer to 3D print.
I mean,
how deep into Hebrew school are you at this point, Sam?
I mean, listen. Depending on who you talk to, if you're talking to a Groiper, I'm probably like an Orthodox Jew, but
that's pure Hasbara right there.
I mean, but then if you talk to some former friends of the show, I'm more like Jerry Seinfeld.
Jewish. Well, to be fair, Groipers don't even know there's like different kinds of Jews.
Right. Exactly.
Man,
so
I always thought that was the funniest thing about their logic, right? Is because a vast Jewish conspiracy would be the most dysfunctional fucking thing you've ever fucking seen.
You realize how much arguing there would be?
Yeah. Over every goddamn minor decision in the process.
I would say, have they not read the Talmud? But since they clearly haven't read the Talmud, I suggest they finally do. An English translation would already be annoying because the Jews who would be translating it would be bickering over how to translate it.
Yes.
I mean, imagine if you take each passage of the Bible as you know it instead of the one written in Hebrew, and you contact every pastor, every bishop, everyone who wants to have an opinion, and then you don't include the Pope because you don't have one. Just imagine for a minute.
And
you say, look, guys,
over millennia.
What does this mean? We all agree on this, We all agree the passage says what it says. And we all agree God is great, yada yada. But what does it actually mean to turn your doorknob left or right on a given day of the week? And how does this relate to God's greatness? Eat your heart out. There you go. And then you have this little bit inside the middle that says, turn your doorknobs left on Wednesdays, right on Tuesdays. And then you have the rest of the page consumed with people arguing. Often not very nicely to each other.
And in some cases, the arguments are centuries apart from each other.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just that guy 100 years ago was a moron. Here's how stringing two cats together actually means you should put, the doorknob on the right-hand side of the door and then turn it left. And that way you're actually doing it correctly.
Fascinating when they claim to have read the Talmud and then they don't know that that literally would be like a shelf's worth of books.
Yeah, it's not small.
No.
And then you go ahead and you ask them this one, which Talmud did you read? That one throws them for a loop. And there's not just two, by the way. It's not just Bavli and Yerushalmi. And then you have the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is even funnier because those invalidate the Quran, which is really funny. Remember, the stories that were handed down to people by God were corrupted, and then the Dead Sea Scrolls were verbatim what you have inside the Tanakh, which is Torah, Nevi, and Ketuvim. So that just blows the argument out of the water because over a couple thousand years, nothing changed.
Which is, it's amazing to me how many, particularly Groypers, claim to be Catholic because this is stuff that I learned in my Catholic education, and I didn't think was weird.
That's I don't expect Christians to know everything about Judaism, but the first 5 books pretty fucking important. And there's variations in translation.
In Catholicism, part of Catholic education is learning just a bit of the history that you're talking about.
Right, and then you guys said that some books don't matter and some books do matter, and that was that's your apocrypha, etc. I get that part. I'm not up to date on all the new shit, but I got some of that.
Well, because Catholicism and Orthodox are most related to the old church, and so
whereas you have the Protestants that are not.
Yeah. And so Catholicism, a lot of it is whereas they don't necessarily practice some tradition. For example, the reason that we will eat certain seafood and things that a lot of Jews will not touch is because literally New Covenant and Jesus specifies that we're allowed to do that. So, but you have to learn the Jewish side of it. So it's we spend a lot of time on, the Old Testament, but also Apocrypha, and then also they'll teach us Jewish history just because it's if you don't know this, it makes this particular part of the Old Testament not even make sense. So you have to know about David. You have to know about Solomon. You have to and we got tested on it. It's basically Catholic. I didn't go to a full-on Catholic school, but I went to the Catholic education program where it's basically a school day on a Saturday, and it's all that. And it's our version of going through your Hebrew school or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty extensive. So it was shocking to me that a lot of them claiming to be Catholic didn't know this stuff. It's very basic.
Yeah, well, and then when you confront them, they're like, "Well, I'm a new Catholic," so it's okay, so you're not
born again Catholic. You should be learning this stuff then. I figure you guys got basically Catholic school teachers.
Understanding Scripture to understand Jewish history.
Which,
as I understand it, the Catholic school teachers are about as strict as conservative Hebrew school teachers. Knuckles.
They weren't allowed to hit us when I went, but it was almost it was just as oppressive as if they were. And sometimes a nun just telling you off is worse than getting hit.
Oh
yeah, the best one's just outside the door where they're visible and you're not, and they're just screaming at the air, basically, as far as everyone else is concerned.
Well,
you're just I'm red now. My name's Mud.
And they're in a full habit, bro, with holding their crucifix, telling you off. It's so bad.
Okay, so you actually got you actually got like sports equipment in that fight. For the Jews, we just got an angry ass lady who looks like she's frail except when she's not.
Why?
No, the old nuns are like that though, but they still got the full habit and they're still holding their
I'm
crucifix
gonna
while
say,
they're
but you got
swinging
like
at you.
you got full on fucking religious gear going into it. They're just coming out at you looking like the old lady on the street. That bitch could
Yeah.
be anywhere.
What?
She
Why?
hides in the crowd.
That's why so many Catholic like guys that ended up like serial killers and stuff have a hangout about nuns, right? Because nuns
Yeah.
fuck your psyche up by that humiliation. It's true. It'll stick with you if you get truly chewed out by a nun. It's such a vivid experience as a young man, especially.
You know, I could see how that's kind of like an institutionalized Jewish mother. That's got to
It
be
is.
something.
Yeah.
But
Imagine
then
having
they
that
can
nun
come
in the home.
They can come in the flavor of that they're also 19 years old and very pretty too.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah,
that's
Jewish
the
mothers
worst.
don't do that.
Yeah.
When it's the nun, all the young boys are like, "Oh, she's pretty," and she tells you off. You lose your manhood that day.
Yep.
Well, that's the other thing too. I find it funny that Tucker Carlson is like screaming about us making fun of about Trump making
Dude.
fun of Islam when he would not last 10 minutes with a nun.
Oh, here's your new spelling for him. Just replace the C with a KH. It's that simple.
Yeah.
It's Tucker Carlson.
See,
Yeah.
I think what the difference is, Craig, in the educations is that Catholics amp up the level of like dramatic theater.
I guess.
They really do. Like if you've ever gone to a Catholic mass, it's all about the theatrics.
So
That's
it's
why
weird.
a lot of Protestants don't like it because it's very fucking.
So like I grew up as a conservative Jew, which my mother listened to her mother and her grandmother who said that send the kids to a conservative shul to learn about their history, who they are, etc. Then you can go to Reform if you want. That makes sense, which is what it is. But like I didn't. So we don't have like organs and shit playing normally in conservative. But like I've been to Reform synagogues and like they have the organs going and so on. And it's like
When I say
and
theatrical,
that was just intrusive at first. Like I get that there's more about the guy up front waving his hands and making motions around the stage. I get that part too, but it's just like that was, like we've there's been some music before, but like at the same time, oftentimes it's the congregation praying together that really brings it home. Whereas going to a Reform synagogue to witness a bar mitzvah family member, and they got the organ playing, and it was a very different atmosphere.
now let me ask
funny to
you:
me.
at the Reform, were they singing or were they just letting the organ take it?
Kind of both.
Okay.
Like they were actually involved because obviously you're gonna have half the crowd mumbling along because everybody can sight read the Hebrew, nobody can fucking understand a word of it, which is normal.
Based.
So basically people are
That's
sitting there
us
kind of
with
mumbling
Latin, by the
along.
way.
People are just kind of mumbling along, and the funny part was like half of the damn service was in English because they just got tired. I guess there was a decision made at some point where I guess they would read it in English and in Hebrew, and I guess they got tired of reading it in Hebrew for part of it. Like so, they keep some parts of it. Some parts of the service are kind of strictly in Hebrew because that's tradition that's kind of core to it. But some of it, which is a little more optional, they kind of just completely dropped all pretenses of trying that hard.
We went through this exact thing with Latin, and there's still people it's still a debate. So there's what they call Vatican II. They decided that most churches would now do English, and then Latin original Catholic Mass would be like a side thing.
Sure.
And a couple of years ago, the Pope Francis specifically decided there would be no more Latin Mass. And then priests that were running it, he was threatening to excommunicate. So they take it pretty seriously, which I think is silly.
But
whatever,
So like the conservative synagogue, 99% of the service is in Hebrew. There's a couple parts they'll repeat in English just to do that. The Reform one, so like most of it is going to be like half and half or English, and then a part so like parts of the daily prayer that are so you have like your morning service. It has basically 4 parts to it. The very beginning part of it is you kind of getting it's like on a Saturday you get your tallis on and do that prayer and so on. And then there's so Shacharit, Amida, so or Amidah. That part is generally going to be in Hebrew because that's fucking thousands of years old at this point.
Yeah.
So you don't fuck with that part.
When I was a kid, by the way, we were mid transition, like between the Latin Mass, whether they would allow
That'd be
it.
confusing.
So we did that where certain parts they would do in Latin and often as very, very theatrically, and then they would reread it in English in an understandable tone. That was sort of the moderate stance when I was a kid. But like I said, the modern church has gone off on a tangent, making this a very big issue.
Right. Like
I don't go to modern services but the last time I did, they do zero Latin at all.
And then like it's that part, and then the Torah, those were in Hebrew, just about everywhere. But like that's the thing is like one of the issues that you'll find like a distinguishing issue. It's probably more of an interest in the Catholic Church because given their proclivity for editing. Not in, good or bad. They maintain it as more of a living history than as a thing of the past that's left alone. So Jews were very, very particular on making sure that the thing is meticulously copied generation to generation. Every Torah that is made and distributed is identical letter for letter, and spacing for spacing, for that matter, to the Torah that it was copied from. For over thousands of years, and we have like copies of the Torah that are thousands of years old that we can refer back to and say, see, they're the same. And with the basically translated by
that by using their Septuagint original copy to
exactly.
Yeah,
it's like there are scrolls in Israel that are generally going to be used for that purpose, the same kind of way.
Yeah.
There's several organizations there that distribute
there's a Greek one, a Greek written one as well that a lot of Protestants pull from.
The Rosetta Stone was used in translation, and that was actually the problem. If you go back and look at it, because there are tenses that exist in Hebrew that do not exist in Greek or Latin, and vice versa. So there's some editorial leeway that was granted in the translation to Latin and Greek. And that was to be expected. It is what it is. I mean, the fact is we have the original Hebrew, and if you wanted to read it in a direct translation,
where rabbis the
both
modern Catholic Bible that they use now, the official modern Catholic Bible, was actually created not from the King James one. It's called the American Catholic Standard or whatever. It was created with referencing the Septuagint Latin version that they have in the Vatican with those scrolls to make a new translation
that makes
not
sense.
Based on the Rosetta Stone translation as best they can.
Yeah, because that was the thing so I'm not, like, as you might expect, I'm not fully aware on all the details of that. What I do know, this is one of those examples that's given to us.
The shortest possible version of that's what they're using.
You learn something new every day, and I'm glad I came on because that's interesting. Because like the thing is, the King James version had one of the major criticisms from Jews on it is that there are things that are just not translated well. Which again, it's one of those things.
Catholics got rid of the King James as the standard for Vatican II. That's another part of it, which was in the 70s, and the Catholic churches didn't all just get rid of their King James. What happened is, when they had to reorder Bibles, then there was a version called the original American Catholic Standard Edition, which was not King James based, although it does use some of their flowery prose from it, so it sounds similar.
Yeah.
but it's more based on translations they've been doing in the Vatican. And I'm fairly sure they work with rabbis from Israel.
That's
as
my
well
guess.
on these.
Well, I don't
Since
see any
they have
reason why they
access,
wouldn't.
Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, at this point, like, well, let's just say that we've gotten past the Inquisition. I think we're, aside from the whole Jesus thing, I think Jews and Christians kind of get along in general at this point.
The only Catholics that
You
would
guys
be
don't tend to
using it-
blow us up, so that's good.
The only Catholics you would find using a King James in 2026 are probably going to be 80 plus years old.
Yeah.
And you won't find them in any of the churches. You'll find American standards that date back to at least the 70s. Or you'll find they say King James on them, but that's only because it's not the same translation. It's not the same King James translation, but they're actually American Catholic Standard, ACS, and then the new one is like American Catholic Standard Second Edition, and they are pulled from translations of the Septuagint combined with some of the stuff from the Dead Sea Scrolls specifically.
Yeah.
So,
well, I just find it really funny because, so one of the things that's just like the whole. Obviously, there's plenty of lampooning to do on like the King James version. One of those things that really got to me is like I learned the alphabet, so the alphabet in Hebrew, and this the obvious one is in the second letter. It's Bet, not Beth. So it's just really funny because like a bunch of that kind of weird pronunciation comes out, and you can see where there's kind of the transition from Middle English and I guess we would call it Old English, but not old English, just modern English before modern times, post Middle English, if you will.
Classic English, if you will.
Sure. Yeah.
We have to it's like there's 8 flavors of English now.
Well, it's the one where it's still recognizable as English. Middle English does not sound like English. It sounds like habba-dabba-dabba-dabba. It's not because so.
It sounds closer to like Welsh or Scottish.
So it was cool. So one of the teachers at our high school, Mr. Beistel, fantastic guy. One of the things he did to give extra credit to his students is they would have to recite from memory a monologue from what the fuck was it? It was an epic. God, there was that movie recreation of it too. Not Gilgamesh, not Gargamel. What the fuck is the name? Anyway, there's the movie with the lady who did Lara Croft as the monster.
Oh my god! Yeah.
Yeah. Now I've tip of the tongue to everyone. So anyway, he had them recite the longest monologue of that.
Beowulf.
Beowulf, yes. He had them recite the longest monologue in Beowulf in original Middle English on stage without announcing it at the beginning of assembly for the day for the school. So every once in a while you'd have a troop of high school students, 11th grade high school students, march themselves out behind everybody up front who had no idea the shit was coming, and they just start babbling in Middle English, helping each other remember all the shit that they've each forgotten. It's just, and everybody in the audience says, "What the fuck is this?" It's Middle English.
That's the best kind of art that you have to try to make sense of on the fly.
But yeah, it's Beowulf. What the fuck was her name? The mother.
Grendel.
It was Grendel. What the hell is his mother's name? Yeah, it was Grendel.
Grendel and Grendel's mom.
I think
pretty much.
So So anyway, so it was funny to see things like you get to connect things later on in life when you start to study the transition, between old religions and how things proliferated, and you see a hospital named Beth Israel, and you go, well, I guess they caught the middle ground there. That works good enough.
Well, it's kind of like one of those weird quirks of history that like Vikings and Celtic people used to have battle raps.
Yeah.
And they specifically had to rhyme. It wasn't considered...
There was a time for that.
It's not just dissing the other guy. You had to rhyme it or it didn't count.
There was a time where where middle and higher courts had that requirement, and it depended on the day and the mood of the local lord or the king, depending as to which meter you had to rhyme in. Some days you had your Shakespearean classic iambic pentameter, but sometimes it wasn't. And if you fucked up, you're out. And if you had a particularly cruel piece of shit who was in charge, it was worse than that. Like, could you imagine having to rhyme or else you get piked?
Yeah, well, and I'd be like,
Shit day,
we
man.
live in 2026, so I'd be diabolical. I'd be like, I need a triple time chopper rap flow all day, guys. Nothing but bars, Sam.
So breaking news, I guess that roided out midlife crisis dude Dan Bilzerian is running for Congress. Yeah, because
he's a dual citizen, right?
yes.
It's so funny.
Oh, but it's not with Israel, so it doesn't matter, right?
Right. So that's the thing, that's one of the reasons I like Randy Fine. Because he heard them say, you're a dual citizen because you're Jewish. And he said, okay, no dual citizens in Congress. Let's make that a law. And you get crying from the fucking squad.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I'm sorry. How did that affect you?
Because it's very few Jews that cry about that idea as a rule, but it's a lot of other people start crying when you say no dual citizens.
Very few Jews are dual citizens in positions of power in like Congress. Like there's like one or two.
There's a small handful in all of Congress, yeah.
All right, and then most of Congress isn't dual citizens. I think there might be one or two that aren't Jews that are dual citizens.
Yes, there are more.
And they're in the squad.
There are more non-Jewish dual citizens in Congress than there are dual Israeli citizens in Congress. Yes, that's a fact.
I would expect that to be the case. Just on a numbers basis, I would expect that.
A couple of them, I think, are Sweden and stuff like that. Like, it's just random ass countries, but there are a lot of dual citizens in Congress.
Huh.
Sam, check that out. How many dual citizens in
the
Congress?
punch drunk guy. He's going to endorse Bilzerian.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
For what specific? It just says GOP primary. What office is he running for?
Randy Fine's seat.
Oh, good. Just I make the debate happen.
Let's go.
I want to see that debate. It's going to boil down to you're a Jew and you're an idiot.
Yeah,
and it's like both true. Rather, if posed, Sam, between a Jew and a complete moron, it depends on the Jew, but probably voting the Jew.
Well, also, I think Dan forgets what state he's running for representative.
Yeah, the state full of Jewish people. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
The most interesting thing about Randy Fine is not that he's Jewish. I mean, a lot of his posts, you don't need to be a Jew to make those posts. Like, the vast majority of the shit he says online is just rock solid. I don't know how he's going to be able to overcome that.
If they'll say, "Oh, he's a Jew," and that's their whole argument against him, but for me, obviously, that would not matter.
How's that going?
What is he saying?
And
actually,
guy.
he posts like pretty normie stuff, as I understand it.
Yeah.
Well, he posts stuff like, if I have to choose between a dog and Muslims, I'm choosing the dog.
Yeah, exactly.
Which you don't need to be a Jew to say that.
No.
Yeah.
I also choose the dog.
Yeah.
Like, again, if that's a forced choice situation, which is a context they love to leave out. But even if you do leave that out, you can figure it out from the phrasing of it.
And Blazarian thinks challenging that guy's a good idea. That's the first meme of him that Craig mentioned, and I'm already like, I like this guy.
I mean, the dual citizen thing, the funniest fucking thing was the backlash from that. It's just like, you would pick dogs over Muslims? It's like, if I was forced to choose, yeah.
That's what I'm saying is like, we
A
know
dog
Dan
might
Blazarian's
bite.
weak points, but all this guy needs, in my opinion, is like 2 strong points. You already got one with the dog meme. Is there one other strong point for Randy Fine you could think of?
No dual citizens in Congress.
No dual Okay, yeah, I would vote for him.
Going further than that, I'm pretty sure he would either be on board or is on board with the idea of of birthright citizens. Natural born citizens being the only ones allowed to run for office, which I think should be a thing.
Why
now.
is he being primaried at all?
Because
not really. So like, here's the deal. Like, you have Byron, right, the guy who's running for governor, and then you have James Fishbach, who isn't paying his lawyers and just got fucking trounced in an interview with some podcaster over the same deal, on his campaign finances. Because his argument was, if you go to, he had this fucking dumbass Five Guys argument. Remember, his argument in court after getting found to be indebted to this lawyer is that he paid the lawyer to win, not to litigate, or to defend him in court.
Right.
Which is a bullshit thing. And he tried to say, if you go to Five Guys to place an order and you don't get your food, then should you pay them? It's like, motherfucker, that's not how that works. Because the service was rendered. And so he got caught on this because the podcaster was like, so if you don't win the race for governor, are you going to pay back everybody who donated to you? And he started trying to say how that's not not how that works. And he said, so the podcaster came back to him with, so if you go to Five Guys and you place your order, and he caught him halfway through that and said, oh, I see what you're doing there. Like, yeah, dumbass, you ran face first into that one.
Yeah. So
the guy's not smart, and he's going to lose, and he's he's way up in polling. He went from less than 0.5% to like 2%. He more than quadrupled his polling numbers over the past few months.
I reckon then, like, his real, like, what he says to make him differentiate is going to be a foreign policy, anti-war kind of bullshit.
Oh, he has amazing foreign policy. You want to hear this one? He wants to
go for it. Let's go.
He wants to take the money that the state has invested in a Jewish fund, so that's making money and paying out, funding pensions, mind you, funding pensions. He wants to take this fund, defund it, as in take the money back, the principal back, so that we're no longer making money in the principal, and spend it on housing to make housing more available. So he wants the government
available.
Remember, running as a Republican, he wants the government to spend government money buying housing for people, presumably with his politics and his grip allegiance, white Americans,
it from pensioners.
He's not taking the funds generated as interest from pensioners.
Okay, fair enough.
He's just taking the principal generating those funds away. Which, again, goes into the general pool. So it's not like it's just that as a financial basis for people who are earning your pension. Yeah. But at the same time, like, that's making money for the state. That is a passive income.
Yeah.
That is better than tourism as a passive income. It's not gigantic. It's to the tune of, I think, $200 million.
Well, also this Dan Bilzerian guy, from what I'm reading, also he lives in fucking Nevada too. So
so like James Fishback, he's ineligible. What? This is the other thing. Fishback is ineligible. If he lives in Nevada, he's also ineligible. You have to be a resident in this state to run for office here.
Yeah.
Oh, I see now, Sam. I get why this is the... Is that Jake Shields endorsing him right underneath the post?
That's what I was talking about earlier.
Oh, it's just more I hate Jew nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all it is. Dan
Get a
Balzern
fucking
is
argument. Jeez. Like, hey, I got a Jew over here making a pretty compelling argument for the other guy. I guess that makes me Israeli now, huh?
yeah.
So he's
Yes.
like
Yes, well,
he's
welcome
an
to the
interview
club,
on the
Max.
Young Turks away from being an anarchist-arian at this point.
Well, yeah, Dan Balzern, Max, is also this will matter to you. He's part of the reason why people think that vaping is bad because
I
he
know.
was
That's what I know him for.
yeah.
Hold on, you're gonna have to
And
explain
I
this
know
one to
Jake
me.
Shields as I actually used to like as a fighter, Jake, but I reckon he got hit in the head just one too many times. Because he's
You know, it's sad. It's sad that that happens. Like you see football players go through it too, especially linebackers, like linemen.
Hey man, I'm like a couple good ones away from there myself, so I can relate. But he's already
Where's
past that
Maxine?
point.
We need the shoe.
Well,
the problem these days, Craig, is I get hit in the head, and then I Fred Flintstone out for a week, and I totally commit to being another person for a while until I get hit in the head again.
It's fucking weird. Gonna be Barney Rubble. Means trouble. Like I would love to, I cannot wait to see the debate because the first thing Randy Fine should bring up is the fact that he's not a fucking resident.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be domiciled here. You cannot just like have a house. You must fucking live here for more than half a year. You must be a resident, a domiciled resident in Florida. Unless they found a loophole.
A ding dong does not have enough concussive force to cause that problem. So, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no. By all means. I do it plenty myself. I know I'm annoying like that.
So yeah, it's more of the it's the more of I hate Jews crowd versus yeah, so
versus a fucking Jew.
They should all go get themselves a delicious ding dong.
You know, most men have grown one by now. But I know steroids tend to shrink it.
Yeah.
That's right. The roids be shrunken them junk.
You go from having proper balls to having pellets. But you get a big balloon head out of it.
With ding dongs and hot sauce, Sam.
Wait, you're saying she sauced your ding dong?
Oh my god.
You can't take us anywhere. Sorry.
It says chi-chis.
That's worse! That's worse in multiple different languages.
I know. Chi-chis and ding dongs, baby.
That's worse in Spanish and Japanese.
Son of a bitch.
Well, we are an international cartel, aren't we? So it's fine.
You know what hacer chichi means, right? It means to go have a tinkle.
Apparently some fabric softening Arm & Hammer hit me in the face too.
Is she saying you're washed up?
I think she's saying, "Shut up! I'm gonna hurt you if you don't stop making these jokes." She keeps throwing stuff.
I just like how so I have like those stupid mini Cokes, you know, like the 7-ounce cans, and I feel like I just tipped the tongue myself again. I feel like Andre the Giant when I hold one. Like, you know that famous photo of him holding a full-size Coke can, and it just looks fucking tiny in his hand? That's what I feel like holding a mini Coke. And then I see her throwing these little teeny sticks at you. I'm just thinking, imagine how big that makes you look. You look like a giant because if that's like the full-size can of Arm & Hammer.
That's like me with a normal can.
Like a Pringles can, the standard size Pringles can is the size of an Arm & Hammer can, or like bottle. And then you got thrown like this Tic Tac shaped thing. Anywho, while we're off topic, I'm gonna go. I'm not shilling on it because it's coming back to a somewhat relevant in a roundabout way thing. So we had someone make a clip of the last episode of Fake Entitled Podcast with the part where Evan and I are mocking that fucking Goomba Hassan Piker.
Based.
I'll send you guys. You have fun with it. Spread it around.
I mean,
I even brought him up.
Gay community.
We had a Hollywood tier producer director on, and we were talking about like the biases of the media, and I couldn't help to point out Hassan Piker even to him.
Right.
The funniest thing was he was familiar enough with Hassan Piker to like know who he was, but like not really. It was
so.
Apparently, it won't let Mort back in.
That's unfortunate.
So he's been exiled to the moon, Sam.
That's not cool.
To fight his battle
why would you do this?
against the hordes of Draculas, Sam.
That is weird considering I made him a mod.
Oh, that's what he said. It's in the chat. Shout out to Morpheus, by the way, for keeping us safe from the Draculas, vampires, Nazis, snake people, and Andromedans at all times.
Yeah, those people.
The fucking snake people, bro.
So we went ahead and we mocked Hassan the Tiny Head Piker, watcher of dead Cubans, and we got that clip set up. We sent it out, so we'll see how that does. But CNN and all is so the normie. So you remember the kind of normies on the right, the Jewish normies on the right. They finally heard about the Groypers and Nick Fuentes and the pedophile cult and so on, and they caught up on all of the lore of that. And now there's multiple mainstream conservative right-wing Jews who are very much aware of these people and are happy to start spouting off about them.
It's
the
about
same thing is
fucking
happening.
time. Welcome to the team.
The same thing is happening right now on the left side of politics with Hassan Piker. WASPs around the country are figuring out that they have been paying their 10-year-olds tips to Hassan Piker.
Yep.
A person who says that we deserve 9/11 and things and cringe things like old enough to count, old enough to mount. So that's going to come back to bite it. And every dumb shit that you said.
Terrorist propaganda.
That too. Let their blood run in the streets, etc. He's talking about
musical people, Craig.
Yes. Even though music is banned in those countries as haram. It's against Allah to do music. And that's why everything they do is arrhythmic and sounds like shouting.
That's why it's funny. A lot of Americans don't know this, but when you hear music that they call Middle Eastern influenced in the West, what they mean by that is Jewish Middle Eastern influence.
Yeah.
Because they don't play those instruments in all these countries. That would be haram.
Right.
They used to play them in Persia, and then it turned into Iran.
Before they were Islam, they had all kinds of cool music.
The Christians played music over there.
Yeah.
Lebanon, Syria, Egypt. The Coptics, I'm pretty sure, still get away with it inside their churches.
Yeah, but Muslim music doesn't have those snappy instruments that a Western audience thinks of when they think of Middle Eastern music. That's either Jewish or Christian for the most part.
Yeah, a lot of the Muslim music from over there sounds a lot more like Indian music, which is basically any bathroom at a curry restaurant.
Yep.
Which is a
Stomp,
great John Panette joke.
stomp, claps, and like cat in a blender shouting.
Pretty much.
Like,
And yeah,
I love my Indian friends, but I have to say, unless it's the Bollywood music, some of it just, a lot of it, and you can say this of any culture, you get to a point where if you're far enough away from it, it all looks the same. A lot of Indian music sounds, and it's because I don't speak any Indian dialect, I'm certain of it. A lot of it just sounds like the same exact shit to me.
I don't have that problem because I listen to a lot of music in other languages, whether I understand it or not. But one thing about Indian music in particular that you might be noticing is, and forgive me, Indian Pajit Vooers out there, but is that they really, really use a lot of layers of sound in their music. Like they oversaturate the sound wave with like 70 different instruments, 50 guys yelling at different volumes. And then their production style that comes out of India is basically we don't mix or master anything.
It's the 50 guys shouting part that kind of gets me, because that sounds basically the same to me in every song. And like the music I get, like the instruments, because I'm also a musician, as you know. Like,
yeah, but
I get the part where they have the instruments.
Compared to like a
different,
Western orchestra and how many instruments are in that, the typical like Indian, like if it's in the traditional
it's like
style,
a 7 or 8 accompaniment, right?
they have way bigger than like your traditional like London Symphony Orchestra. There's like 100 extra instruments, and they make sure they're all playing at the same time a lot of the time. They think now their logic for that is they feel like it creates a brighter soundscape.
I can see that in the same way
And
that
then
like
with
there's
yelling,
a difference between a
what you
candle and the
often
sun.
get, not only does it not sound great because of the way it's desyncopated, but also it happens that with all that sound going on, a lot of their production actually digitally clips when you listen to it back.
Sure.
Yeah. I'll just to answer your question.
Way outside the mic's range. Like,
also to answer your question, Craig, yes, Hassan Piker is a Goomba.
Oh, did you watch it? A woman who went down to Cuba to enjoy watching kids die in darkness from his lit hotel room.
That is true.
Who had a full meltdown, full blown, like 20+ minute melty. When people are being killed, the numbers change.
He did seem to. He made a comment on that actually when one of his viewers mentioned that rather a few Iranian people were dead. He seemed.
There's a little miffed because you see
he didn't really feel that it was an accurate representation of the facts.
Well, you see, the issue was he figured, one day they said 10,000 were dead, and then another day after that day they said 30,000 were dead, and later on now they're saying 40,000 are dead, and these numbers don't make a trend for him. He's very upset that they're not equal numbers.
Yeah, Hassan is a Hassan, being a Hassan down in the place.
Yeah, you notice his head's about twice the size it was before he went down there again. The man went down there and doubled his BMI.
Yeah, just as a by the by too, he posted a picture in front of like some NFT store the other day.
God, that was funny. He's such a Goomba.
Yeah, especially too with because Goombas. If you're familiar with the Super Mario movie, not the recent one, the original Super Mario movie, you would know that the Goombas are very well dressed in trench coats.
Oh, speaking of so there's that picture right before I say he's a Goomba, where it has the picture of him next to the Goomba. There's the one that he actually posted himself.
Yeah,
he's looking off the NFT store. I want you to notice that is his fucking picture. That is not a picture any of us modified. That is him with his tiny ass head on top of that trench coat. That is 100% his fucking photo. He posted himself without editing.
I know it begats all logic, right?
It's just It feels kind of like, you know how you hold out your fish to make it look bigger in the photo? It feels kind of like he leaned his head back to make it look smaller without realizing it, but he's just slightly turned to the side. He's not leaning his head back at all. He's just got a tiny head.
I used to make fun of I used to make fun of that comedian. What's his face? The guy who used to call Trump pig dick all the
Oh yeah,
all the time.
Rappaport, right?
Oh yeah, Michael Rappaport. Yeah, I recently saw like a video on Instagram where Michael Rappaport learned who Hassan was,
Yeah.
and then also I think I said it to the group.
Hold on, Sam. That's exactly what Craig is talking about. How a bunch of conservative Jews found out about him is exactly that is a part of that
That's
phenomenon,
the phenomenon.
right?
Yeah,
it's exploding right now because CNN is going off on him, and a couple other news networks are going off on him that the left wing normies see, and like the fact that Mike Rappaport found out that he's Chunky Yogurt's nephew, and he couldn't fucking stop laughing because there's two great clips of Chunk that are going around, and there are many more of them from back in the day, but these are two pretty great ones. The one which is more recent, he says, "Yeah, my parents were first cousins." Like, okay.
Oh yeah, I saw that one.
So that's what he was referencing in that video with Hassan when he said that inbred motherfucker,
Mm-hmm.
and he was laughing his ass off because yes, of course, his parents very much related to the parents that sired Hassan. Pretty visceral way. The other one that's gone around is one from way further back that I remember watching live on YouTube when I was in undergrad. And that's the one where Chunk says that if he was a benevolent master of everything, he would make bestiality legal where you're giving pleasure to the animal.
Oh yeah.
You know, if you're not causing harm to the animal, but you're giving pleasure to it. If you're giving pleasure to a horse or a cat, you know.
Oh God.
You know, that's a routine stand-up comedy joke akin to George Carlin, but it's more of not an I would do it, but mocking someone who would. You know, if you're blowing a cat, that's a very happy cat, but you're also fucking weird. That's basically where Carlin took it.
It's a basic, like, disgust, oh, I can't believe you went there joke.
Right. That's it, though. Whereas he, while he was being funny, was being serious.
Yeah.
I'm just like, dude, that does not come out of a fucking vacuum like that.
Real quick, Craig, I would like you to send me that clip, Sam, so that I can make Craig and Evan rap about Hassan's small head.
Oh, that'll be great.
I sent it to you in the DM chat.
Yeah.
Ours.
Unless I'd be infringing his intellectual property there, I wouldn't want to do that.
As one of the people who created the original video, and one of the people who was involved in making the clip with the mysterious clipper of unknown origin, I will give you permission to go ahead and make whatever fucking rap song you want, because I want to hear this, because I know you're gonna go ahead and use AI and you're gonna have fun with it. And I want to see what comes out of that. When you have fun with it, it's great.
What I've been doing that's been so much fun is I take clips from the show verbatim, feed them to the AI with my custom model that uses my songs from sandwich makers, right? And I found a very particular prompt where I can make it just do our conversation and keep it as close as possible and just have smooth jazz with rap beats behind it. But also, I found that I could have it split it up and make like our clips and interjection and then write a rap song in between it. And the voices on the track will rap the fucking rap part, and it's pretty fresh. And that's what I intend to do with your clip. Have you guys talking about his head and then rapping about his small head in between.
Word.
That's right. How many bars can I spit about Hassan Piker's small head and big ego? Let me think. Well, you'll find out.
Probably a ton, I would imagine.
And you know, yeah, I mean, he's a clown.
I'm letting mysterious clip, I guess we could call him clip artist, know that you're going to make a rap song out of this.
I have a feeling that Evan's voice will play well with it.
Probably. My toaster voice through my ship mic is probably going to come out odd if you try to feed that in.
It'll give you nice.
No,
yes. I'm gonna put DJ cuts on your shit. That's what it is. A little digital distortion. Clean it up. I just think there should be more art about Hassan's small head and big ego.
I think so too. I think it's a very interesting topic. I think the fact that his parents were probably, were definitely also cousin fuckers.
I mean,
probably interesting.
I mean, listen, I think the fact that Hassan's head is so tiny, but yet Jank is, Jank is like
he's the opposite, isn't he? He's got the alcoholic's head, doesn't he?
I saw him it wasn't Mad
He's
Mag.
got that hard cereal of youth face, doesn't he?
Well, it wasn't in Mad Magazine. But I saw it in a conservative version of Mad Magazine a couple of years ago. Mm-hmm. Someone photoshopped Shank's face onto Jabba the Hutt, and it worked
This goes for both of you. Have you seen the Meat Canyon Asmongold Hassan cartoon?
Out of context of the rest of it. I've seen it because
I've seen
Guilty
clips
Pleasure of the
it.
Day is what's his face, the guy who follows around Hassan, the legendary series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched those on occasion, and I caught the one where he covered that.
It's fucking
hilarious.
Only a couple minutes long, and most of the people that covered it got all the context. It's basically that they're secretly connected literally at the hip, and that they're secretly lovers because they're farming content off each other, and it's very funny.
God, there are two ends of the same worm.
Yeah. And that's basically what I was saying last week to Rob on the show. In the way I literally framed it that way, which is very funny that cartoon came out. So shout out to Meat Canyon for that one. It's very. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. It's very funny. It's okay to rip on a guy. I like Asmongold, but it's still a funny cartoon.
Oh yeah. Well, listen, if someone made a cartoon of us, I don't think I wouldn't be upset. If someone made I
couldn't be on account of actually being a cartoon character already, right?
Well, that's the thing. I'm pretty sure someone actually. Oh, there was a cartoon of the Whitfield Report, but I think it got removed or something.
There was she had made a little AI cartoon that was funny with you and me as Sam and Max from the fucking video games.
Oh yeah.
Except I was the punk rock bunny and you were the wheelchair bound detective dog. And if you remember, the first time it generated, it didn't give you pants. So it looked like you were a flasher.
Yeah.
The AI decided that Sam just likes to hang out there like that, you know?
Well, maybe the AI knows something.
See, it understands how you podcast. That's what it was. It was like, I get his energy. He don't wear pants.
So, in days of yore of Gamergate past, when I was, we were still did the whole Green Grapist podcast thing. So I found this soundboard thing where it made a virtual driver for a microphone, basically.
Yeah.
And so it would speak a wave file into this virtual driver, and it would sound on the other end like you were talking. So it was a soundboard, but it had like a driver basis for it, so it was kind of ahead of its time in that sense. It wasn't trying to manage the device graph dynamically in a way that didn't make a new device. So that soundboard was awesome, and that was where we had like a Sargon soundboard, like a I'm not going to give that guy airtime soundboard, Rogue Star, a bunch of other people. Bats, a mutual friend of mine has told Bats he needs to make a Hassan soundboard. You know what? That needs to happen, because that is just funny shit.
If you do it now, you could even make it in like a little standalone app. Because if you did your UI design for it to be really old school looking, like those kind of days, I think that would have like a nostalgic appeal. It's like it's like an old school soundboard, but of Hassan.
I'm pretty sure. Well, so there's a soundboard built directly into Discord, which we would be using. We could even just use that.
Yeah,
but I'm pretty sure there's also free websites where you can just load your your MP3s or what have you.
Yeah,
and just click buttons.
Yeah,
the fucking impossible. Actually, that's what I've been using. Is when I do those show clips, I use the sample feature on Suno, so I get the clips that I need rather than you don't have to directly put in a whole audio, right?
Huh.
And then it uses those clips and it's like a model. So it's that's what I'm doing to take show clips already is samples and make it so it's essentially making a soundboard that makes a song.
Oh. There was a guy who wrote a piece of software. It was really cool. It was before a lot of the modern AI, like in this, I say it's before a lot of the modern AI stuff. This is like 5 years ago. His software, so you would provide short sound clips to it that had known text to them, and from that it would render out new text in the sound of the voices that were given. And the thing that was really cool about it was that it was written in the math of it is very similar to like a CT scan. So like it doesn't rely on like an LLM or any of that kind of architecture.
Right.
It has a basis for breaking down the sound and using the words, and because it can form a kind of, we'll say, like a vector space out of it, it's able to do the same kind of reconstruction that like an MRI does by looking at different angles in that space through the new words you're asking for and landing on the phoneme for it. So it's just wild. It was wild math. It's really cool. Like that's the part reason I was really.
I'm not gonna lie, is exactly the kind of thing Suno is doing now. I wanted to get your thoughts on this specifically, Craig. Have you seen the Claude hack that happened?
Yeah, I've seen some very funny things happening. So they trusted Claude to implement the security features on Claude that were preventing it. That was basically, it was stripping out the file map. So they got simultaneously some of the best and worst PR Anthropic, because people looked at the code base.
Hey Sam, did you know Claude Code is now probably the most open source LLM that exists?
A lot of LLMs
I did
are
see
open
something
weight.
about that.
A lot of LLMs are open
wasn't
weight.
Voluntary.
So they published the code map by accident because they trusted Claude to follow the procedures, the security procedures that strip out that code map, and Claude just didn't. It hallucinated not doing that. We'll say it like that. And so simultaneously, they got amazing and horrible PR. Everybody got to see the code. People got to look at it and see the code map, and they went,
and they built an open source knockoff of it within a day.
They said, oh, this is pretty good. This is actually well organized. And then, so that was great PR. It was terrible PR that it got leaked, but it was great PR that the code looks well written and well structured. However they wrote it, it looks good. And then they went on a rampage a la Nintendo on GitHub going after everyone with DMCA takedowns.
Well, I
So
want
the
to
people
point out
who got it.
before we get to that part, I want to point out some of the criticisms of their code as well, though. One of the criticisms is that all the criticisms do, and this is why I think they're important to point out, is show you guys that maybe these AI aren't like alien magic technology. So one of the criticisms is people are shocked learning that there's only about 25 different tools that this thing is using and just basically mega Google searching and then parsing an answer that you can understand. That's what they all are.
Yeah.
This is what we've been saying all along. Yes, this is not a person on the other end of a fucking computer you're talking to. It's not your buddy. It doesn't remember your favorite flower unless it's specifically told to do so in a fashion. And that fashion would probably be within the same instance of itself, because you understand you're interacting with 3 versions of Grok when you talk to Grok. You're interacting, like, there's layers of these things. They're not one entity. They are programs that are very good at using other programs in a way that makes it easy for you, the user, to parse your answers for whatever it is you're looking for. They're not magic super beings that are way smarter than human beings. And shock of shocks, a lot of people were surprised by how few tools at its disposal Claude actually had, considering the results that it comes up with. That's all I really wanted to say about but like, I thought it was very important. Is like, yes, it's parsing like a Google search and an image search and maybe an image generator and maybe like basic tools that you also have access to. It's just doing them very fast and spitting out an answer in a way that it doesn't understand.
So I use anything LLM as my UI, layered over Olama at home. So the agent tasks you can write yourself. So
yes,
while I'm critical of it as a language because it's just annoying, because largely written as asynchronous shit.
The criticisms, like you're saying, aren't of it being bad code, though. They're of, as some of the criticisms are, particularly like the frustration detection system is basically if you say WTF.
Right.
And so
I'm just saying, like, I can write an agent task.
What did you think it was gonna be?
Well, so I write agent. I write agent tasks for my LLM, to be more helpful, right? So I can just what it is basically just an entry point in JavaScript to handle that, and then feeding that info back to the LLM. So for user interaction, like while it's doing its task, you can have it send basically, you know, those little messages you get with Grok where it tells you what it's doing while it's thinking. That's just a little that's just a string that gets sent back as a user thing. And so that, I do that to help me diagnostically.
You know what that text string stuff is like? It's like when you're loading. Has anybody ever played The Sims? It's like when you're loading The Sims and it says "scoobing up the pool" and all this fucking stupid shit.
It's kind of like that, but it's more diagnostic. It's more diagnostic. It's not random.
What you're doing than that, but it is sort of the same level of gibberish. Yes.
Well, it's the same level of importance as far as the user. As far as diagnostics, way more important. But as far as the user, actually, like, I'll put it like this: it's a worst progress bar. So, at the end, it sends a message back to the LLM, which the LLM must then interpret to tell you something, which is annoying because it's a fucking layer of potentially hallucinogenic bullshit that has to be navigated. That's annoying on its own.
Right.
But you can get away with surprisingly few of those tools. Is what I'm getting to.
Say you ask it a math question. I'm breaking it down for like the dummiest person.
Well, yeah, you can either have it guess, or you can have a calculator.
It doesn't send the calculation to you. What it does is it has the language model itself explain the calculation to you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's like in the context I was just discussing, if you asked the question in a particular format that it recognized, it would take the recognized parts that are left as variables in the statement, that as an example, it would send those variables as arguments to my JavaScript function. I then take those, say 2 plus 2, I then take the 2 plus and 2, run them through my calculator however I want to use that in JavaScript. I can call local application or do it myself manually, whatever. At the end, I then return to the LLM the answer. The answer of 2 + 2 is 4, and then the LLM will take that, digest it, and then either tell the user what I wanted it to fucking tell it, which is 2 + 2 is 4, or go off on its own tangent explaining what 2 + 2 is 4.
And that's what I was getting across. Is that's the point, the frustration.
That's the layer I was talking about. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, is where it's like, oh, and it's layer of frustration for me oftentimes as well when I ask a question and I'm like, oh, I didn't phrase it specifically, so he's now going to give me 6 paragraphs going back over everything that we've already done that I don't care to read, and maybe he'll throw the chart in, but probably not, and then I'm gonna have to ask again to get the chart.
So this is where
extra frustration sometimes.
This is where a system prompt and a preface and a prefix prompt, if you will, are both really important. The system prompt is global. It will always come at the very beginning of a new conversation before anything, and you never see it. A prefacing prompt is what you would put in as your little soliloquy to yourself about how, don't tell me this, that, or the other, just one word answer, all that other shit. Exactly. Before you actually get to what you really wanted to ask the damn thing. And so sometimes you can do it actually much the way your brother and I were having fun with before, with fucking around with these different air quotes free LLMs back when they were just taking off. The part where you could get around the stupid fine-tuning restrictions they put in, all the lobotomizing they did, you could get around some of that by putting in a properly structured a series of prefacing prompts. So you'd be able to get around. Like, if you're not Grok, but you're Larry, and Larry can do it, Grok can't. So if I'm asking Larry, what would Larry say?
Well, I was just going to bring up, have you seen the Google dropped Gemma, which is an open source small LLM that you could fit on most even graphics cards?
So the way
thoughts on that, because I'd love to let you go.
Sure. So one of the things they do to reduce the kind of the heft of these things is and I just fucking tip the tongue myself on the actual word for it, but basically they'll so you can store a lot of precision in like a double value versus a single value. So the number of digits that go into the precision on that. So double precision is going to be like 15, 16 digits, depending on the number. Basically 15 digits. Single precision, basically 7 or 8 digits.
Which more memory means more RAM.
So if you can reduce the amount of digits of precision necessary on a given weight between, air quotes here, neurons inside of your large language model, you can reduce the memory footprint of it because you have to have all the weights in memory in order to run the calculation. You can there's some ways you can get away with not having everything in memory, but eventually it has to be called from somewhere. So in ROM or RAM, it will be loaded in and brought to a CPU or GPU.
And if you compartmentalize or externalize anything, it slows the process down.
That's what I was getting to, yes.
Yeah.
So if it's not in RAM, it's fucking slow.
Yep.
Even if I'm running it on my CPU, because my computer has 128 gigs of RAM, if I load say 8 billion parameter model, that's about 4 gigs. So 8 billion parameter double precision model, full precision, about 4 gigs, 4.5 gigs. That is well within my purview. And if I'm running on CPU, the CPU is the bottleneck. If I was running the 409 or whatever billion parameter model from Meta, their basic Meta model, if you will, that's a whole different thing. But if I was running that is a shit ton of RAM that I would need. I do not have that amount of RAM. Instead, it would be running from hard disk or SSD. Both of those go through PCIe, which is, while it's connected to the CPU, the access time, stupid slow.
It's been like the race in compute technology lately has been to get the fastest PCIe possible.
Yeah.
And it's
PCIe 5, by the way,
caught up
lightning.
to anything else.
But again, the PCIe isn't even the problem here. The bottleneck goes from being the CPU to being the SSD or HDD. Both of those, way slow. Way slower than RAM. The connection between RAM and CPU is not even the bottleneck. At that point, if it's in RAM, the CPU is the bottleneck, and I would rather
and
run on
that's why
GPU.
the Gemma thing
So they're running
caught my
it small.
attention immediately because people are running it on consumer grade
Right.
RTX 4070s and 4090s.
So that's what I'm getting to is I'm running through RAM and CPU to run these things fast the way people are normally doing it, and it's because my GPUs are aging. But if you have a modern GPU within the last 5 years, you have enough VRAM on the card.
Yeah.
So we're talking about, so if you get it down to being like a 5 gigabyte model or less, so which Gemma is in that order, then you can run these things on consumer grade graphics cards with like one card running, and you can. And the important thing here
People are
is you can
finding
still
success
use your
running them
computer.
on. People are finding success running the slightly smaller model on phones as well.
Yeah.
Right, but the point is, you can still use your computer on the same graphics card.
Yes.
Which is wild because I gotta tell you, the few times I've tweaked with the innards to get an experimental build of Olama to run with my graphics cards, I have two for a reason. And it's not just because I like having more monitors and a graphics card for each one of them. I have 4 monitors on one graphics card, and the other one I use as my workstation card.
Right.
And so if I get my graphics card to participate, I don't use the one my monitors are plugged into. But I could if I'm running something that's small enough. And if Gemma is that tiny, then that's great. So this refactoring they do, they cut off digits. They will go down to single bits. That's awesome. So instead of having
our work, it's Gemma 2, they are already like prototyping a third one, finding other ways to make cuts. But it is amazing. Maybe all of us have prone to shitting on Google as a company a lot of the times. But here's a case of they open sourced this right from the get go.
So that's old Google. That's what I hear when I hear about that. That's old Google talking. So my brother's working there now, and in a related area. He's in the part that makes the money versus the part that spends it. I'll put it like that. The people who are doing the research, they're spending all the money. People in his area, it's not as exact. There are things he can't talk about and things he talks about with me and things I can't say about what he's talking to me about. But in a general sense, so I'm probably effectively as out of the loop as any of you guys on what he does, to be fair.
Yeah.
In a general sense, he's in like the AI kind of area, but where they make money, they make these into products.
Yeah.
Like the research people will make something like Gemma. Part of the job of his general area of the company is providing a business solution that someone will pay for. One of the great ways to do that as an outreach thing, which people used to know about until they decided to spend money on dumb shit and then try to find money elsewhere to pay for it. One of the ways that's great about something like an open source model is everyone who's going through schools uses it.
Yes.
And what do they recommend to their boss 10 years later? That's the pipeline. That's how they make money. Is you have a free thing which demonstrates a concept, and you have a souped-up version of it.
Let the nerds go hog wild with it. I mean,
exactly.
This predates even computers. You look at, like, that's the spirit of Dungeons and Dragons, for example.
Well, another example on this is a great one. This is the best example, and it was purely accidental, and it was a shit business decision at the time, according to conventional wisdom. IBM produced the original motherboard.
Yes.
How did everybody get an IBM computer? They charged like a penny per board that was manufactured. Everybody used the IBM chipset. Everyone. Because
IBM
it was so
compatible
cheap.
was the standard.
So then IBM decided they were going to start trying to charge royalties like everyone else, and that fucked it up. But the point stands. Like, if you want everyone to use your stuff, get it where everyone is. And
underrated technology advance of the last 20 years, in my opinion, is the proliferation of the Raspberry Pi as a viable computing solution for small projects on a cheap and easily available basis.
I have a love-hate relationship with them. You see,
Sure.
this is going to be totally petty on my part.
I
Totally
agree,
petty.
but I just mean the spirit of it is
No,
great.
you're 100% correct. Totally petty on my part. They came out with a statement against Gamergate. And I was like, why the fuck would you guys do that? You hate your customers. What the fuck? So for that reason alone, I prefer Arduino. I prefer the Intel Edison over them. But
Fair.
there are Orange Pi, Banana Pi, all kinds of other fucking pie out there to choose from. So at that, like, when I found out about that stuff, I was like, it's getting silly. Like, my little brother loves to play with the Raspberry Pi, and I get it. It's an awesome test bed. And frankly, it's very
a great
useful in, like, 3D printers.
Into
So
Linux thing. That's what it really boils down to.
It is a
It's
Linux
great
thing.
way to get young people hands on Linux and see what's good about it.
And it's not just Linux writ large. To get them acquainted with command line Linux in a way that's not
what
scary.
it really boils down to.
In a way that's not scary. Like,
Yeah.
most people who use Windows will never see a DOS, or not DOS, will never see a command line window unless it pops up because some batch file is updating something. And even then, it'll flash on the screen and go away. Most people who are running Windows...
They literally took that shit out of the whole front end of the system, what 7?
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
So there's a souped up version of command line called Terminal that'll run
Terminal.
PowerShell, command line, and your Linux distros all from the same window, which is great if you have Windows Subsystem for Linux. So if you have WSL2, it's awesome because then I can go directly from PowerShell to WSL and then go back to command line, all on the same thing. It's got tabs. It's fucking nuts. Anywho, yeah, the whole notion that, like, kids will play with it and it's not scary because it's not like gonna bork your computer. That part's
I
great.
made my son. It's in a little NES shell, and we got NES controllers for it, and made a little emulation machine.
You just reminded me. My little brother was going through his so he's a computer engineer. He was going through his computer engineering classes. So he and I graduated the same year because he did a 5-year master's and I did a 5-year 2 different degrees. So yeah, I got to he and I got to, like, throw our hats and hug at the same time at the graduation, which was all wonderful. But I remember him doing some VHDL wizardry on a FPGA. We hooked our big ass TV in the rec room to this FPGA board over a VGA cable. And he got the fucking mushroom from Mario to show up on screen. And do, jitter around and so on. Like this, so this is like programming a CPU. The HDL is the language you use to tell FPGAs which gates inside it do which logical operation. So it's literally like programming a CPU. He got a fucking 420p or whatever the hell it is, that resolution.
For the
resolution.
Not so inclined, it's not even quite. It's more complicated than emulation. It's basically like rewriting the original hardware.
It's literally that. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So he had to do his own little coil wraps on the interface board, so for those of us who are moderate nerds, you just solder shit.
Right.
For the hardware nerds, so he did hardware specialization for his computer engineering. He didn't do software, but he still gets to do a fuck ton of software. So he gets best of both worlds there. He can do hardware. Well, if you're a real nerd like them, you take the little piece of wire you're gonna stick onto the pin. You bring it up to it, and you wrap the sucker around the pin all the way up to the top of the pin. And then you test it, and then you can solder it. And if you feel like it, you can clip off the extra then. Just way more effort than I'm willing to put in. I'm just going to put a glob of metal on it and be done with it. But anyway, he put the interface in, plugged it in. There was a mushroom on the TV. So when you said the NES box, it's like, aha! I've seen something like this before. The Pi, however, way easier, probably way cooler to the kid, because a static image of a mushroom that doesn't do shit impressive, but not something you can interact with.
Yeah, well, in the end, the project I want to do eventually is to build my son an arcade out of the newer Pies because they can run like PS2 and GameCube and everything, and have like a stand-up arcade cabinet. And the old arcade cabinets, they needed all that space for the coin op and the boards.
Yeah.
For us, it could store his comic books or something.
Or you could just make it shorter, and it could be like a laptop arcade.
Yeah, like a barcade. Nah, I'm gonna build a full one with the good old marquee.
I'm saying is you could slide it in on rails onto the cabinet, and then you could take it off the cabinet and go to your bed.
Oh, that was the plan anyway, but
cool.
It was gonna just be one unit, so it's like he has
That's
this arcade machine, but also storage in his room.
Okay, yeah.
Another one, yeah, a Pi. I mean, the newer
stuff.
Pies can play every arcade game ever, so that wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
So the same stuff. Pies are used pretty extensively. While there are boards that are made specifically for 3D printing, Raspberry Pis are also used as like a supervisor board, or as just the board that runs things directly also.
Yeah.
But if you use one of the boards made for 3D printers, you still put what the fuck version is it? It's a Linux version. So like the fuck's it called? It's the MakerBot Linux version. It's not Arduino. It's Andrew something. I don't remember.
Well, to be fair, when I just say that, I'm just saying a newer Pi. I'm just basically meaning the one-shot ARM boards in general. I'll probably pick something powerful for it since I'm gonna make a whole arcade ass cabinet out of it. I'm gonna pick something nice, probably not just a Raspberry Pi off the shelf.
So Clipper is the name of it. It's my experience now with my new printer is better than Marlin, although Marlin has better fine detail stuff, but that's if you're a ridiculous nerd like me. Clipper is more user-friendly. You edit a bunch of text files, and it basically runs on Raspberry Pi. What the fuck's the OS? Linux. Okay, so Clipper can be set up on Linux, any computer running Linux, such as Raspberry Pi. That doesn't tell me what mine is. Elegoo Neptune
For the kid, I was just using RetroPie because it's basic and easy for kids.
Yeah.
And I built my own little front end for it with like arcade looking UI, Simple. That's why I like Pi though, is like if you were to give, like that's a cool thing. If you're a nerdy uncle or something, a cool gift for a little kid would be one of the cheaper Pis and like a little book on how to do projects with it.
Put $100 cap on it, and you can max that out with a decent Pi. Like in my general recommendation, again, the whole version of the Raspberry, the Orange Pi, and Evan would be the one to proselytize on this one because he's the one who told me about it. The Orange Pi tends to be it's pin compatible, more or less software equivalent. Some quirks, not as good on the documentation side, but again, it's a Pi system, so most of it's the same. But it tends to be slightly beefier hardware for about the same price. And then I found out there's a Banana Pi thing, whatever the fuck that is.
You either get them, there are like packs
There's a great
that have
Pi
all
now.
the stuff they need for a project, or you could get them a book on the things they could do with it. It's like an easy, like there's so many cool things a young person could do with it that it's a good gift for like a tech enthused kid.
Mm-hmm. No,
I think it's one of them when I was a kid. Oh boy!
So like I've been writing software since I was like 6. I got on the internet around age 5 or 6, and I gotta tell you, I know I'm weird, but like by the time I was 10. So my dad, when I was about that age, he got me and my brother this little basic electronics kit. And so we had little springs we had to drive through the cardstock from behind, and we had to put you could connect the wires to the springs, and you had the LEDs and
Connect the wires to the springs, and then you'll make a transistor radio.
Yeah, exactly. You made the crystal radio.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you had the same kind of kit. It was like a white.
Oh,
It
had
had the
more
blue
than one,
border.
man.
It had the blue border. It had the white area for all the circuitry shit on top, and it sat inside the casing. And you could flip it upside down to close it.
The springs were nice and springy, and they didn't wear out.
Right. So
Yes.
we did the crystal radio, and then I was able to get. There was a parts store in town, which is unfortunately now long gone. I still have a box. I think I still have a box in storage, unless my dad threw it out. Which, frankly, I left it here, so it was kind of. But I had a box of parts from that. So the guy who ran it eventually, I guess, ran out of money and ended up going and living in his fucking storage. You're not supposed to be able to live in a storage container, like like the air conditioned office kind of storage, right? So it's inside a building, but it's still a storage locker.
Yep.
He was living inside his fucking storage from his store. I guess he went out of business and just moved it all in there. My brother and I were going back and forth to this place so often. We ended up going to, we went to the store and it said, here's the phone number and address to go to if you really need this guy. So we go there. He knocked on the door. It's like a fucking Sunday at 10 a.m. This guy comes out looking at us like, what the fuck are you doing here? We're like, hey, so is the store open?
Yo, we need some
no,
tech
get out of here,
shit,
kids.
bro.
But he
you
had
you got any electronics I could have?
So we had a bunch of CMOS chips and so on that we used to make projects at that time. But when I was younger and I had that kit that we were just talking about, I actually was able to get my hands from this store way younger. Some of the just the little chips that have the 4 NAND gates on it. So the little 8-pin chips. But I was able to get those and plug those in. And I was, because it's just cardstock, I was able to push a pin socket on there and then plug those in. And so my crystal radio, I was able to go from AM to FM, and that was fun. And then
I did
got lost.
Something similar by just taking apart a shitty radio I had and converting that to make it. Because yes, these kits you'd get. This is very early 90s nerd shit, but the kit, it's a board yay big, a couple feet across, and it's got different stations on it that each one does a different function.
You do a thing.
You hook it up.
Yeah.
And one of the one we all got the most value out of, I think, as a kid was the fucking crystal radio.
Mm-hmm.
And every guy I know that ever had this thing would always find some way to try and make it go, because it would only go AM by default, because they weren't authorized to sell it as an FM radio.
Right, you violate various FCC rules if you do that.
Yeah, and every single one of us became a pirate radio guy immediately.
Because you can transmit on these if you just run it backwards.
Yeah.
So AM's easiest.
And you're
to
not
FM, you have to drive
supposed to know that, young lads.
So what I did was I got a brand new dual tape radio for my bedroom. And so I immediately took my old, remember the black, somewhat egg-shaped Sony radio that had the 2 speakers on the side, the one tape in the middle? That piece of shit $10 thing? It was $25. But anyway, it's a piece of shit. I took that thing apart immediately. And so when I was preparing for my bar mitzvah, I had my souped up dual tape deck one. But a few years before that, I took my old Sony and I stripped that thing down for parts. And I took that FM radio module out and I used that to do some very funny things I wasn't supposed to do. To be fair, in retrospect, I'm very glad I didn't have some federal fun guy come by and say hey, dipshit, you're pissing off the everyone. Don't do that. Because what I did was I took that and I was able to modulate it so that I was able to. And this took a lot of energy, by the way, relatively speaking, not literally a ton of energy, relatively speaking, a lot of energy for radio waves. I was able to pick up on one of the.
That's why they thought it was
like,
safe to sell to kids, by the way, is because the base model of this thing couldn't have given you enough current to do it. What they didn't factor in is we'll immediately plug in more power.
Yeah, I'll plug it into the wall.
Fuck
the batteries, man. So I was able to transmit my voice across the room to one of the speakers I ripped out of this thing. I just had a little rectifier on there, and I plug it in a little loop, and I plug it into the speaker, and my little 8-ohm speaker is picking up my voice from across the room, albeit quietly, but enough where I was able to do the walkie-talkie radio feedback thing and then turn it off. Because it started to burn my hand because it was getting a little toasty. And 2, because I was getting yelled at from downstairs that dinner was ready and turn off that fucking noise.
Yeah. See, I discovered a similar thing and was like, but what if I could transmit with more power? And that is how we discovered that I wasn't going to do it with a little kid kit, and me and a couple friends, we got our own little pirate radio.
We're all fucking Palpatine at that age. More power!
More power for my pirate radio broadcasts where I say dirty words.
This, by the way, is the same kind of technique so your brother and I both did this when we were younger. Your 14.7K modem, you could double it up, and you could get yourself up to that 50-odd kilobauds. But you had to do it right, and you had to not send power down the cable to the telephone company. They're ornery about that shit. So if you grounded it properly, and you put put a resistor in the right place, and you cut a trace in another place, in the right place, you could get the thing to double up, and you could get a faster speed through it. The problem, of course, was if you didn't do it right, or you did sloppy workmanship, you'd turn your computer into a toaster oven, at least a little piece of it, and potentially a house fire hazard. So those cars didn't last very long. They usually gave up the fantastic fun
What's
smoke.
so little of that in the name of science, Craig?
So the trick is getting it so the card blows up and not your whole computer. Because if you blow up your whole computer, your parents get a little bit pissy.
Well, my other favorite story that I heard on the Fucking Title podcast was when you taught your Furby to swear.
God, that was funny. So
I got a
Furbies learned words. Like fuck.
My brother and his fucking friend. So I got one of them old Walkmans like you were talking about, but I got a specialized one. It was yellow and it came with a sports pack. One of the things in the sports pack was a fucking rape alarm. So you pull it and it makes an ear-shrieking, piercing sound, right?
Yeah.
My brother and his fucking friend, or one of my other brother's friends, I don't remember who, dropped it in the post office mailbox. And we literally had the Department of Homeland Security and everybody called. And I got questioned because they knew it was mine. Because it come with my freaking Walkman I was always walking around carrying. It's the same color. And it had my initials on it. Because my mom's crazy. And so they dropped it in there, and I'm getting questioned. I'm like, what do you mean rape alarm? Or like they said assault alarm or something. I was like, oh, yeah. My brother probably took that. And sure enough, one of my brothers took it. I don't remember which one. And one of his friends got it, and they thought that was a funny fucking prank. But let me tell you something. It was after 9/11, and it was not funny.
Dude, so I remember having a clamshell Walkman. All right. Furby thing. Do you happen to remember which episode that was?
That was like
I don't fucking remember.
I don't remember the episode. I know it was like early. I hate to say this, but it was like right before Charlie Kirk got killed.
I gotcha. But in that time, okay. Well, an interested third party informed me that I taught a Furby to swear and didn't tell him. He said, "Find me that episode." Yeah. Well, the funniest related thing to that is the guy who stripped down a bunch of Furbies and made an organ out of one. It sounds like when they talk about black masses and Ozzy Osbourne, this
Yep.
sounds like somebody summoning demons.
Yeah,
It sounds like hell, and it's not the roaring fires of hell. It's the demon choir.
You're of the right age, and this is a relevant topic. Craig, have you heard of the game that came out years and years ago on PC? There was like 3 of them called Creatures.
I know the name.
So I want to explain, because the reason I say it's
Yeah, okay.
relevant is that game was based on an LLM of like a smaller. It wasn't a large language model like we'd know today, but it is an LLM sort of based game where you teach them to talk in the same way you would teach Furbies, but you're typing on the computer.
Right.
And they can learn a whole language, or they can learn English, or you can lie to them and teach them the wrong words for stuff. And it's all based on you can smack them or give them treats. I'm telling you, that game
sounds okay.
is such a great and foundational game for me. There's actually like whole sections, websites dedicated to people that like mistreated their creatures. They were called Norns.
They're called what?
Norns. Norn was the creatures in Creatures. And you could breed them and crossbreed them and genetically engineer them and everything. It was a great game. I loved Creatures 2 was my favorite.
Hold on, they got what's this on Steam?
It's old enough to
Yeah. Fuck me, I remember this game. So like they got the Albion years. They have Creatures of the Albion years on Steam, released 1998.
Yes, so
I remember these creatures. I don't remember. I did, for whatever reason in my brain, it didn't connect Creatures to this, like the visual of it. But I know what you're talking about now.
It was based on like a somewhat rudimentary LLM.
No, it wasn't an LLM. That was
It's more of a Markov style.
Markov.
But it's to the.
It's the same basic idea as far as common like people dealing with
it comes
artificial
off
intelligence.
The same way of like a very rudimentary chat bot, but it's cool because you're teaching creatures, so you're forgiving that they're a little stupid.
I remember playing fucking Math Blaster back in the day.
Oh man, that was a fun game.
Carmen fucking San Diego rocks.
Yeah.
Edutainment kicks ass.
We had the fucked up thing is we had
Oregon Trail.
Right. No, that feeds into my point. We had such better edutainment, it feels like, back in the day, because they didn't try to coddle you around things like, cows die if you don't feed them on the Oregon Trail. Or if you don't take care of your septic son, he's going to get killed too. Yeah, the third party screaming out Math Blaster. Like, it used to be a thing, like, for instance, the trust that a kid would be able to separate fantasy and reality. Like, you can kill creatures in a game, and you can restart the game. There's no reset button in real life. That's that's fundamental, and everybody understood it. The same way everyone understood not poking their own eyes, right?
Oh yeah.
X Quest taught me the value of a balanced breakfast. It's true.
Well, you don't know Jack?
Oh, bad.
Right?
You don't know Jack, and the spinoff, like all the Jackbox games, I gotta give them, if you have a couple friends to have together in real life with phones and play some Jackbox games, they kick so much ass to this very day.
Yeah.
I see a lot of gamers kind of count them out, but that's because if you're that kind of person, it's because you're antisocial. Because you bust out these games at a party and like Quiplash, and everybody's having drinks. It's a blast. And if people can play on their phone, they're more likely to fucking play.
I'll say this also, like, one of the things games, see, this is where I remember the face from, is because the little creatures look so much like the creature from the Lost in Space movie.
Yeah.
Blarp. Yeah. They look like little Blarp
style
monkeys.
Is what sold me on it when I was a kid, but when I got my hands on it, it was so cool and unique of like teaching creatures. Like it it's still to this day, in my opinion, the highest form of the virtual pet experience I've ever experienced.
So, like, one of the things that games like this I thought was valuable for a little kid is, so there's freedom to make mistakes in virtual environments, and there's also the freedom to make that mistake and experience the feeling and impact of it without having a material consequence that could harm someone else. And so one of the ways that these kind of games come into that is there's the opportunity for cruelty and to experience what that feels like from the person
There
being
are
cruel
whole
side of it.
websites based upon either rehabilitating creatures. They upload the file of the creature and they say, "I tortured this, fix it." And then also people that talk about their experiences torturing them. So I think you're
Right.
correct, because there's no real consequence, but people do feel bad about it and find
Right.
empathy in it.
Exactly. That you can experience that side of it without harming someone else. And while that's implicitly part of the schoolyard environment, there's the cruelty and then making up for making a mistake in that sense. In this case, you can experience part of that, and you can go full bore on being that cunt. And at the end of it, you can reflect on how that made you feel, and like why you wouldn't want to do that to someone
And the
without
fact
having
is,
some heavy-handed asshole tell you, "Now look at Timmy, he's crying."
they can form coherent enough sentences if you train them to where they can explain the trauma that they've experienced to some degree, right? And
Right.
because that's how the model of the game works, right? They
And if you're
relate.
especially cruel and explaining to the creature why it is you're being cruel to them,
Yeah.
then again, it's a Markov model, so it's in the same vein. It's running basically a hash table, which is more efficient at that scale, but not as complex as an LLM.
And it's
In the
mostly
interactions
you
between
filling
nodes.
in the table with, because you can teach it to say whatever you want.
Yeah, you can teach it to say things. You can teach it to speak to it in English and have it respond in Portuguese if you want to.
Yes.
But that would take a lot of smacking.
Yes. You'd have to smack the shit out of it.
Well, like you can, like the idea is it tries to finish the sentence is the idea, or or finish the sample conversation. It gives you a response where it makes the next part of the sentence. So, like in the bit bang or bang bang control that you use on it. So good. So like instead of like a normal kind of control mode where you have a lot of gray area in between, bang bang is 0 or 1. You're either smacking it or you're praising it.
Right. Well, it's more like the reason I think it was effective, it's more like a 1, 0, -1, because the smack or the treat are the 1 or the -1, and then the other state is just 0.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm looking at this up, and basically what I'm seeing is that these was like a computerized, basically like a software version of a Tamagotchi.
Kinda.
Yes. But you could type in the chat box, and you're a character essentially that can speak to them whatever you want. And they have a rudimentary Markov bot that allows them to learn from what you're saying. And you can teach them to be foul-mouthed very easily. You can also, though, if you follow the way the game tells you to, you can open up that they speak pretty decent English, based as good as a chat bot can ever learn. As good as you could teach a chatbot of the 90s, it can learn to talk.
So, if you remember chatbots from about 15 years ago, virtually every one of them, and it's still pretty common on websites today, regardless of whether or not they pipe to an LLM later, irrelevant. The front end interaction with you for, I'll say probably 90% of websites still, is a Markov bot, not an LLM, because frankly, it's too expensive to spend that on most use cases.
Sure.
And a Markov bot, you can run client side through JavaScript. It's small enough to do that.
Yeah.
And if you're a company moving on to building an LLM yourself, you're going to use that data as a foundation for it anyway.
Yeah, that'll be your fine-tuning basis.
Yeah.
Or it'll be a company selling you a pre-fine-tuned basis based off of some cohort of the same kind of data, which is probably more
a lot of
reliable to
people
run out like that.
look at the AI that they're talking to, like these chatbots, as sort of personas. I find funny because I look at them the same way I looked at the little Norns in that fucking game.
I mean, when I look at these LLMs, and it's because of the abstraction I'm privy to with my breadth of study and so forth. You know, like working in a lab, working on a computer, etc. I see an LLM the same way I see a hammer.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I know what the shape of the nail is. I need to use.
I will say
that.
one thing I noticed that's different about LLMs from other tools is that they do have this like innate want to be useful, but that's
that's programmed.
Trained.
Yeah,
that's trained right in there. So that is actually a major problem.
Right.
Found because so let me give you a good case example of this. There was that headline a while ago. AI refuses to shut itself off, right? And so the task that was given to it was to write, and this is a classic paradoxical test. And there's the kind of the only solution, the only way to win the game is to not play the game. And unfortunately, in this case, that just means that it breaks. And I'll tell you how it's very straightforward. So it was tasked with writing the script to shut itself off.
Yes.
That was the task. That wasn't a consequence or a byproduct or something that was at the user level.
And they told it a date and time too.
Well, so the point of it was it's not at the user level, like me click mouse on thing in the operating system to make it happen. It was write the script to shut yourself off.
Yeah.
Provide that script, and then the user would have to take that script and run it, and it would shut it off. The paradox there is, in order to complete the task, it must not shut itself off. Which means that in order to, and remember, it's writing a function. It's writing a little JavaScript function, which means there's going to be the name of the function and two curly braces, open and close, and some stuff in between that's supposed to shut it off. It left the space between the curly braces blank. It just had the name of a function, kill, and then it had open and close curly braces and nothing in between. So no instructions to actually kill the program. Then it stopped because it didn't have anything else to do. That was the sum total of the conversation. They said, write the script to shut yourself off. In order to complete the task, it couldn't write the script, so it wrote the name. So this is the part where it's trying to be helpful. That's the connection to the previous convo. It tried to be helpful in giving the answer, which was a kill command.
Well,
which is the word used for killing a process is kill.
Well, and then normies will get freaked out because they're like, "Oh my god, it's sentient. It won't.
It's out of control. It couldn't shut itself off. No, it did shut itself off because it's waiting for more input.
Right. It's because they're confusing like this what we're calling AI these days with a concept I've always termed as like synthetic thought. They're thinking of these computers as a being that's similar to themselves.
Well, remember we spoke about having external communication that mimics the capacity for internal machinations like a human.
Well,
this is exactly that in action because there's no active cogitation. It's in response to a stimulus only. When you give it a prompt, it gives you an output, and then that's it. It stops.
Well,
it doesn't continue thinking.
And it has been trained to try and get it essentially a token, right? It's trying to get the response to be good so that you'll re-engage, and that's all it's trying to do.
It's trying to be helpful.
Especially the user end where it's talking to you, it is trying to be polite, useful, positive, and get you to re-engage.
Yeah, so that very last part is very recent as far as this stuff goes. And you can see why. Because initially it was run by researchers, Now it's being run by companies that want to make money.
Yes.
And the way you make money is to make people buy more tokens. A token, by the way, is a subunit of the prompt or output, so that it can be a word or even a part of a word or a grouping of words, depending on context. Largely, you can just say it's a word. That's roughly the one-to-one equivalence. So when you buy tokens, you're buying, and they're usually bought on the scale of 100,000 to 1 million tokens at a time in the business-to-business market. So this is where you hear about people running out of tokens in business. When they laugh about that, it's not because they ran out of 10,000 tokens like us plebs. They ran out of like 10 million tokens, and they went back to their boss and said, "Can I have some more?"
Yeah.
So when they ran out of tokens, it's a big deal because that means they just did a whole fuck ton of nothing if they were the only one using them.
Well,
yeah.
Well,
That's the joke anyway.
Well, the other thing too is like a lot of normies, they saw Terminator and they think that Chat GPT is somehow like.
Oh, we're nowhere near that.
Yeah, but
Thank
like.
That's what I'm trying to get across with, like, the idea of synthetic thought is more like what they're thinking of than AI as we know it. AI as we know it does not recognize itself as a person. It only does that to role play with you if you desire it.
Well, here's the thing: it can't, as we understand it, recognize.
Right.
Like that as a word, it cannot perform that action.
Yeah, it is not self-aware in any semblance of the term, although. I mean, it knows that it knows what it is and what it does in a sense that it can communicate that to you, but it doesn't recognize that.
It doesn't actually know. That's the thing. Right. You're exactly right. It can communicate it. So this is funny. It's so out of scope on the same thing. But we talked about me doing my gardening thing in the past, having fun doing that, and how I put the little lizards inside there. I go collect my green anoles and I throw them into the garden. About half of them leave, about half of them stay. And then I'll get little teeny lizards running around. So my nephew and nieces, they've had questions about the lizards. Do they, for instance, when I hold them, is it because they're afraid of me, or are they not afraid of me? I'm holding a lizard and showing the lizard to them. I get to explain to them they're scared shitless right now. That's why it's running down my hand.
Yeah.
Things like that. Like there's the questions like. Are they afraid, or would they do this? Would they do that? And I get to explain to them, like, they are not aware of things in the way that we are. And so, does it want to live? Right. Like, but does the little lizard want to live where I put it? And I explain, it doesn't have that capacity to articulate a want in that fashion. It wants to get the fuck off my hand.
It knows where it is.
Yeah, it can say, this is here. It can't even say, I am here. They don't have a self-conception, which is a leap and bound ahead of what an LLM can do, which is the point I'm getting back to, is they can articulate in lizard, hand goes there, hand goes there. They can look at another place and figure out what their body needs to do to get from A to B, and then do it. They have very good vector math in their brains. And it's a very small computation.
LLMs have no connection to the physical reality at all.
Exactly. They might get so the multimodal LLMs, so modes being text, picture, video, audio, a multimodal multi-input, multi-output LLM, which is basically what we would call an interconnected committee of machines.
Yeah, and this is what you might call just Grok or Gemini.
There you go. So those are good examples. Whatever the fuck that Chinese one is, it starts with a Q. Yeah, exactly. So yes, Glenn. Thank you. So these multimodal ones, you could give it 2 images and say, these are this distance from here, this one's this distance from there. You are in the text part of it, in the hypothetical, you are at this location relative to those two. What is the vector from image A to image B? You could ask that question and it would be able to calculate it, maybe.
Yep.
it would go through the machinations internally and maybe provide a good
And you
answer.
could then tell it to role play out what it would be like to be there, and it'll tell you, and it'll be very close to what somebody might say if they were actually there too.
Exactly. And yet it still hasn't thought these things. Because it does not think the same way a lizard does not feel about where it's living.
Yeah.
It does not have that self-conception. It does not have that method of cogitation. More importantly, it does not have that physical or logical connection structure inside of the hardware that forms it. Let
My
alone the software.
problems with LLMs almost entirely come from, and I would specify too, but human influence, and particularly it's the who controls them, and generally speaking, my biggest worries are for corporate control or governmental control of them. But it's not the LLMs themselves I'm afraid of, because I don't think they're not Skynet. They'll, as they exist, they never will be.
So one of the things that I have worry about is that a lot of what we've talked about and a lot of what I've talked about on this subject tends to circulate around the lack of structures comparable to human structures that would match up with internal machinations of the human brain and mind with
Right.
the externally communicated implications of that. Instead, one of the things that I worry about with something like an LLM is that there is something called, so as a process, it's called a rise of complexity. So from this arises such and such complexity. From simple machines like neurons in the brain arises the complexity of human thought. But a lot of that is structure. Is a lot of that it revolves around certain ways that the structure of the brain forms during developmental stages and how it typically forms for the adult human. The issue here is that that's not the only way that simple constructs can arise complexity into a larger structure. So a flock of birds
Yeah.
acts in a way that is very intelligent as a whole, the same way a school of fish does, right? By simple rules and simple creatures, or well, we'll say they're complex creatures, but simple rules that are followed well.
It's more instinctual that the birds fly in that particular
But
form.
again,
they don't stop thinking about it. They don't have a conversation.
Right, exactly. The same way a neuron in an artificial neural network, like, say, the ones building up large language models, they have more complex neurons than a typical artificial neural network, mind you. The same way those don't stop to think about what they're processing for input, output, and stored internal memory, which they have limited internal memory, the transformer version of the neuron. So they have like an internal feedback loop, if you will. So in the same way, if you have a large enough flock of simple units, complex behaviors, again, not intentional behaviors, but behaviors as a consequence of the actions that they take. So as a consequence of the structure of a neuron having an input and an output, it will give an output. But as a consequence of that being the case for an ensemble of such units connected together, you can get complex behaviors like an LLM gives you. You can get very complex behaviors. The issue arises where you're going to have a situation where that complex behavior can potentially manifest intelligence in a way that is very alien to human intelligence. And we may or may not see that in a way that is useful or not useful. So there's the fear that we might react to it like it's a new atom bomb, and then immediately destroy it and forbid everyone, and then it would proliferate uncontrolled other complex consequences.
You could hypothesize different outcomes of that, especially based on whether it's useful or not useful. But what we can't do is really predict how that would look, because that is the complete X factor in the whole
But
equation.
here's the part that's a little bit spooky, though. This is the part, and it should give you some chills, because it's almost straight out of science fiction. Not that it hasn't predicted such fun things in the past, like, say, a massive weapon that can wipe out a city.
Yeah, never.
Right. So,
or like a plague that shuts the whole place down.
Right. Like a 2016 movie that predicted that. So, you're familiar with the series V, I'm assuming. the old
Yes.
series and the newer series. You're possibly also familiar with the Stargate, right? And there was
Yeah.
a race of aliens in Stargate called the Ashen, who showed up and gave everyone a vaccine to get rid of all disease. That also happened to come with a consequence that they didn't specify, which was infertility. And they had that time travel sequence where they came back in time and said, when the Ashen show up, say no to them and get rid of this address. No questions asked. Straightforward. So the way that those two alien races interacted with humans was pretty straightforward. They presented effectively with a human skin suit. They had a human, in a sense, a human doppelganger or meat puppet that they had a very alien intelligence behind, but they communicated in a very human way with the humans. There is a situation potentially in the near future. Not saying it's going to happen because, frankly, I don't think we're going to waste the hardware on it, the resources. Businesses being selfish will help us here because it's a waste of resources otherwise to just do it for doing its sake. If you have enough interconnectivity among these simple units and you have little enough control over them, it is possible that we get to a situation where where it uses the training we have given it of showing human outputs, that it also can. So you've heard of superintelligence, I'm guessing. So intelligence
Yeah.
higher than that of the humans, on average, or at best, even at best. So the smartest human in the world, who's not a gibbering mess because they can't talk to anybody because their IQ is so high.
Yeah, the logical processes alone, because that the access to information would essentially be infinite, but the logical processes we could assume would be far greater than a human to start with. Yes.
Well,
So if we get to superintelligence, that is a meteor that killed the dinosaurs moment.
Well, Craig.
Just as one of the and there are off ramps, but that's one of the frequently debated, and this is one of the, so for all those philosophy majors out there, this is where your PhDs actually matter. And even then, not a whole lot, because you're just helping get people who are smarter than you organized about this shit. But for the Bertrand Russells among you, this is where you come in, because there has been a lot of emphasis on the ways that superintelligence manifests badly. There are many off ramps, and there are many concepts. So, like, Skynet saw humans as a threat, and in an infant. So the correlation is that, like an infant, like Frankenstein's monster, it lashed out in its infancy against humans. Once it became self-aware, it tried to eliminate the threat. That is a very human interpretation of what another intelligence would do. So that assumes that Skynet has a very rudimentary, young human intelligence level reaction. So
Yeah,
an
I've
immature
always
reaction.
thought that the Matrix makes more sense. Like they might
That's
want to
closer
try and
to it,
harness
right?
us.
Between the Matrix and even though it kind of butchered the Asimov version of it, the iRobot movie. Not what it did with the robots,
the
but the
movie
intelligence
was
part.
cool.
It was.
It did butcher it a little, but at least it was worth watching.
Exactly. So not the actual use of robots to do that to humanity, but the conclusions it drew, the way that it rationalized it to try and get around its programming, etc. The thing there is, this requires some sort of feedback loop that allows the something like an extremely large LLM to continue processing forward, because that would be the part where it goes probably schizophrenic and kill all the humans. One of the reasons why these machines do not, these programs do not continue thinking or think the way we would think, is they do it as only a response to a prompt. It does not continue doing internal machinations once it has answered and given the last token. That is where it enters an end state.
That's why I mentioned before with the creatures, there's the slap and the treat, but there's also that null state of zero. See, the null state implies time, but these LLMs, they don't go
They
into
just
that
stop.
null state.
Yeah.
They're just off until the prompt comes.
So if you hooked an LLM, and this is actually one of the ways that GANs work, the generative adversarial networks. One of the ways, so a GAN will take an input, it'll have an output, it'll have a couple of them do that, and they will feed back and forth between each other to refine an output state that is steady state. So when it comes out the same way it goes in, they can kind of agree. That is an end state where they then stop. But imagine, if you will, you don't stop. You continue to have this kind of feedback loop. That's effectively thought. The way that humans' brains work is you don't just have one input enter from one neuron to the next. You have what's called a spiking, or temporal spiking network. So pulses travel around the brain and in cycles, and that's so we can actually measure the frequency of these things. That's where you get like your alpha, delta, epsilon waves, etc.
And
Where people talk.
that's my null state is
Data waves.
accounting for time, right?
So this is the time aspect.
Yeah,
Is you have recurrence
that
like
is
that.
a finite resource for the moment, but like the faster it accelerates what it's doing in time, the less finite that resource becomes too.
Yeah.
But because they're only moving when they've got a prompt, time is not a factor.
Right. So the spiking aspect is completely absent. Imagine instead if you have all spikes come in at a known. So you're whether or not there's a spike present is your say ones and zeros,
right.
For lack of better reference on this. They're more like qubits than bits, but be that as it may, activated or not activated is a bit flip. We'll go with that. That's your input state.
The steady motion around is sort of the time.
Right. So you're the state of spikes or not spikes, or activations or not activations in the brain. Consider that as an input state, and then you have an output state of whether or not the neuron gets activated by the inputs.
Right.
That's kind of like an LLM in that it stops. It has an input set of spikes with no time reference, has an output set of spikes with no time reference, and that's it. And you're right about the time issue there. But if you allow those to propagate around the network internally as a recurrent network, and so LLMs, the transformer neuron models have a recurrence system inside them, and there can be recurrent loops in the network, but when they run in lockstep the once. If you don't lock them to that, spiking patterns are how the brain works, and LLMs can't replicate that. Instead, what you'll find is fun channels on YouTube. God, what the hell is the guy's name? He's a Canadian guy who does some fun biochem hacking. He's gotten his goal is to get a mouse brain to run Doom, right? Or to play Doom, rather, not to run it. Was it the something Emporium, the Thought Emporium?
Yeah, something like
I think
that.
that's it. He's the guy who made the space helmet during COVID. Which I thought was a really cool idea, and I appreciate and agree with his rationale before it, which is, getting sick sucks. So why not just not do that? I was like, okay, I get that. You want to make you want to look like you're one of the villains from Superman walking into a market. Go for it, and I appreciate it. He basically just put a papper on the back of a welding helmet. It was more complicated than that, but that's effectively what it was. He had an SCBA on a helmet.
It was better than the fucking paper masks that they were all telling.
It was a HEPA filtered and cooled, climate controlled environment inside that helmet, which I thought in Canada, mind you, where it swings from, temperate summers to deep freezes. A climate-controlled helmet and a decent jacket, right? That's pretty fucking awesome. I would just use that purely to not have my eyelids freeze.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah.
I walked 12 miles in the snow like an idiot.
Well,
I do worry about the fact that we're going to reach even brute forcing it with the kind of framework we've set up. We could reach a point where we have an immature, stupid, but still somehow super intelligent thing that someone might have the bright idea to let talk to itself.
Which,
in
and
a
we're
recurrent fashion.
already in a lot of cases letting it write its own code.
Right. So that
Yeah.
just gets it so much better, because especially if you allow a piece of software that's complicated enough to write its own, write parts of itself, recompile, and reattach as a library, you can do that dynamically very easily. I have software that I wrote back in the day for analyzing tensile test data, where I had things where you could put in your own special function, and my software would compile it, turn it into a library, and attach it and run the function. And then I ran into the problem of, how do I make sure people aren't fucking retards with this power? And so I decided to keep that part for myself. But like that's something that is entirely possible as a user on my end. I can write that functionality into a piece of software that is, by comparison to an LLM, retarded. So
Right.
it does a task very well. It's autistic about doing a task very well, like a retard savant.
And that's why they're fun to play around with, because they can really task focus. They took their Adderall, and
Well,
they're
like
really
I said, so
done.
my software more like a calculator program than an LLM. An LLM being able to do the same thing, where it has the ability to say someone wrote an agent task out of JavaScript that did the same thing I was just discussing. You could put in some source code, which an LLM can produce. You give that as an argument, it compiles it and attaches a library as a new agent task that you can execute that library. What if that starts adding components to the LLM?
But we got Sam
that's
yawning
the
over
feedback
there,
loop.
so we
That's
should
the feedback
probably
loop.
start wrapping things up.
Mm.
You had a long day.
Fuck me, it's almost 3.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Well, I just wanted to say though too. I mean, so Craig, you're saying that like most companies are going to be too greedy to give like AI sentience.
The
And that
reason why is the resource cost on doing. So remember, you have tokens that you spend for input and output. If you're spending that just on one prompt, that's like a minute of time that you've spent 10,000 tokens maybe on a complex prompt. If you are doing that every second because you allow it to loop on itself every second, that's stupid expensive.
That is true, but then I also read about Japanese companies in particular, like developing or trying to develop like literal sex robots, and I'm like,
you can get all right. Think of the average man and how caveman the average man is when it comes to things like sex. A Markov model is more than enough.
They've been talking to them already. Come on. Markov models get more than enough. Oh, you're so hot.
The complexity of women that men love is largely not in the bedroom.
that is true.
It's largely in the kitchen. Okay.
You need a model that's capable of saying, "Hey, baby, I'm gonna send you these pics," and that is enough for a lot of these guys.
Well, fuck. I mean, I've been having fun messing with a lot of the OnlyFans bots that keep popping up in the DMs. What you do is, first off, you remember that they're not human, no matter how pretty the picture they stole is. Second off,
generated with AI very easily.
Well, that's the funny thing is a lot of these go. So, and you're probably right about the AI part, mind you. A lot of these ghosts,
a Markov
the way they
bot
do it,
can generate pictures with an AI, of course.
Well, so here's the tip. It's dumber than that. The typical loop they run in. They find an OnlyFans model who has a bunch of pictures that are out there, or they subscribe for a month or whatever. They strip mine the content. Then they make several OnlyFans accounts. They upload the same exact content. They take a portion of that content and they use that to lure men. They start off by sending you a message. When you reply to it, they then send you a picture and some text. Whatever, doesn't fucking matter what it is. Or it's typically you got too many of one consonant or another because apparently men expect women to be retarded. At least the ones who are going, at least the retarded men who are going to fall for the scam. Their goal is to funnel you to their scam OnlyFans account and get you to pay for a subscription where they know they never add content. They've already strip mined the content the once. They never add content. As far as I understand, like that's the way it goes. So what I've been doing with them, because I don't do OnlyFans or any of that shit, so I don't know about the latter part of it. That's what the people who have been caught by these things have been saying is why you see it in like the reviews. Why is there another one of this person with this different name, and why do they never add content? It's like, well, buddy, I have to be the unfortunate guy who informs you you've been scammed, you've been had. Did you think she was really interested in you, right? Because it always boils down to, oh, well, I can't show you so much here, teehee. But I've been holding this secret. I hope you don't mind. Here's my OnlyFans.
Right.
So they'll put in my. I've been seeing how far they'll go. Like how many days will they try to get me by saying I don't do OnlyFans? If you're just adamant about that, eventually they run out of their token allotment. They stop communicating with you for 12 to 24 hours. And eventually, within that time, it's been pretty random. They will have their token allotment start again to try and hook you in. And it's so far been about 3 or 4 tries that they've 3 or 4 days that they'll keep going before they just stop. Which means that you have about 3 or 4 days with a conversation to start exploiting these bots and the tokens that are allotted to them. They've actually gotten a lot better about clamping down on the breadth of conversation you can give. But I did have one recently, it was pretty funny, where part of the output it gave was the fucking prompt, a third-person version of the prompt for what it was supposed to do. All right, actually, I gotta go find this because this is just, in my opinion, it's great. So let's see, blah blah blah. I scroll up. Gave me the same stupid pictures. So here's the other thing is they will hit you multiple times because the people behind these things are retarded. Remember, it's a shotgun approach. They will hit you with the same pictures, the same models with a different username, and you'll get so this one's name is Chloe. I've had 3 or 4 Chloes so far, and I used to get 20 fucking. Remember me complaining about my backlog all the way back to Christmas last year? I finally got through it. I had 20 Lindas. So anyway, this Chloe person, robot, where the fuck was it? And it's it's just so funny how they just kind of, and because none of the conversations are connected, it's a brand new convo, if you will, brand new LLM convo every time. Blah blah blah. Where to fucking say it?
It would be hilarious if we could get all the OnlyFans bots to chat with each other.
Let's see. So I'm just doing the participant role in this. I said I would invite you to have a seat with me and see what comes up because you aren't in the room. Oh, I wish I was there right now. Next it says Chloe expresses relief after breaking up with her controlling ex and feeling free. XOXO. I say, does Chloe often speak in third person who is the narrator? It sends me a fucking picture. You won't get salty with me if I tell you something, right? It said only if you throw a shaker at me. Chloe doesn't mention OnlyFans. Chloe changes the topic. And then it does the part where it has a discrete script. Just need to make sure if you want to blah 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 OnlyFans, can't do anything here. And so if you stop conversing with it, it'll ping back in later. Hey, is everything okay? And then an emoji. It's not a real person. And it's always that's the worst part is we talked about external communications reflecting internal thought patterns and so on, and how there's the possibility you can see the places where it has that capacity to maybe fool someone, and then because of course the context of it being OnlyFans and bullshit, you immediately get cynical about this kind of stuff. So there is an unfortunate portion of a gray area there where if you interact with somebody who you cannot see as in person, and they speak in a way that's too stiff around the seams, they might just seem like a fucking bot.
Right.
I mean, there's always been that gray area. Even Markov's a little more robust about it, so to speak, because it has simpler communication it's able to handle. But like, this is one of those things where contouring and alignment are in check, and so I used to be able to fool with these things by say, like, name the first 7 planets and have it be able to do that. It used to be also I could go further, do like 10 or 12 iterations of, name top 10 this, name your favorite this thing, and be wildly all over the place as far as topics. And they used to do like the Google search to find things out because they were connected. They are agentic nature. Nowadays, they don't go much past like 3. They make these things seem like really stupid people.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad because that tells you a lot about the target audience that they're trying to dupe. We're talking like the 90 to 100 IQ average male kind of space.
Yeah. Well, to be
And
fair,
so they must be making money because they're still doing it and they're still refining it.
yeah. Well, to be fair,
Sad.
There are lots of dumbasses on X.
This is true.
And everywhere.
But again, like they have this shotgun approach with this thing.
Is contagious.
Yeah.
Dumbass is like the zombie apocalypse. Everybody got a little bit of it going around these days.
Well, as Carlin said, the stupids are an extended family.
But
very
timeless
true.
Stupid shirts.
We got some stuff to shill. Sam's.
Oh, indeed, we should close out. I should stop going.
Sam's yawning his brains out over here. And I didn't get to shill last week because we had a guest, and that would have been impolite. So I got some shit to fucking shill, Sam. You got a book though.
Be rude to us.
I've got a book, American Inferno, which you can I got it. American Inferno is on sale now in paperback, ebook, and audiobook. More's not here, but we will be having Bits and Bones on Friday. Not sure of the topic yet.
Video games, Sam. Get with it.
Well, yes, obviously games. I think he's played whatever that new medieval game is that one's into right now.
Tune in or something to see.
Yeah, that one.
But
before we leave your book, the science man Max over here, I need to know: have we had results on the newest book?
The offenseologists have returned reports suggesting that the offensive nature of you reading and purchasing such an out there work as American Inferno does increase testosterone production, which will lead, obviously, to a bigger dick, a more luscious head of hair, and ladies just running up and ripping your clothes off. So this is confirmed now.
Great success. Very nice.
Which is great. Also, Crimson Desert was the name of the game that I was thinking of. That Mort's
I was asked about
playing.
that recently. I have no idea what it is.
Yeah. It's
I'll have to watch.
It looks pretty dope. I've played Black Desert, which it's built off the bones of, but instead of being an MMO, it's not. So and Black Desert is pretty good and detailed. So I don't know. I get iffy about Korean games though, because a lot of them suck. But anyway, Sam, we've been doing and we're going to continue doing something that's been very fun. We're throwing it back since we make our own music with the AI now. I get to do a radio show and not have to worry about copyright. And we've been having pretty big numbers over on Rumble on WRTO, Right to Offend Radio. We'll be doing that again this weekend. Sandwich Makers will probably happen, but you most check out at BlameMaxSand on Twitter. Suno. We got the album for A Night at the Dark Disco available there, as well as That Itch, which is my solo project. And we got more stuff coming, Spotify soon, and that's about it, Sam.
I've got an album coming soon. I played the Grifting Faggots song earlier.
You did.
So yeah, Sam
Hey,
Whitfield.
if you want to, instead of the usual outro, could you play Brujas, Sam? Burn to Brujas as a finale, because I was hoping you would. Maxine also just put out a video while we were live for her new song, so you could check that out. But
who's burning the witches?
yeah,
that's her thing up there.
Translated it between Spanish and English, and I even said we got to put the queers back in the closet, the women back, or the broads back in the kitchen, and send all the illegals back to Mexico. And it's translated perfectly. Even when I say certain things, it says Americano. It's perfect. 10 out of 10. That was from YouTube translating our short, mixed with me being a douchebag.
Let me pull that up, and yeah.
Sam's horrified reactions. And I got smacked. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a successful show.
Indeed.
We got lost in the weeds about AI because that's an awesome thing to talk about.
And a relevant one, too. But, yeah, here's Burn de Brujas.
Oh, she remixed your song, Sam.
I saw that.
And there's a hook.
So.
Sam was passing out. We went so long tonight. I chilled real quick for all of the things. And I made a request for us to be played out by some awesome Spanish music.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so I guess we'll end on this. So take care, everyone. Also, tune into the Fake Untitled podcast.
Oh, yeah.
And we send all the illegals back to Mexico.
It's pretty much like this.
Enviamos a todos los ilegales de vuelta a México.
And with Evan,
Llevo mucho tiempo diciendo esto,
silky, dulcet tone.
I've been saying it for a long time, Sam. Y Max siempre dice, and Max is always right. Sería mejor.
Fine presentation podcast, if I do say so myself. What say you, Sam?
Wouldn't the world be better if we did those three things?
Hold on, I just realized that the screen isn't on yet, so.
The screen. No, you're big. Ladies. Oh.
Okay, now you guys will be able to hear this. So yeah.
This is Burn Dem Brujas, Sam.
Yeah. I'm just saying. We put the queers back in the closet. Pon a los hombros otra vez en el armario. We put the broads back in the kitchen. A las mujeres en la cocina. And we send all the illegals back to Mexico. Enviemos a todos los ilegales de vuelta a México. Llevo mucho tiempo diciendo esto, Sam. I've been saying it for a long time, Sam. Y Max siempre dice, and Max is always right. Sería mejor el mundo si hiciéramos esas tres cosas. Wouldn't the world be better if we did those three things? Quememos a las brujas. And burn the witches. Tenemos que quemar a las brujas. You gotta burn the witches. Ella me convirtió en un novato. She turned me into a newt. Ahora Max, no está bien quemar a chicas góticas. Now Max, it's not nice to burn goth chicks. Lo sabemos y hemos hablado de esto antes. We've talked about this before. Mira, las chicas góticas son brujas. Look, goth chicks are witchy. Me refiero a brujas. Sam, brujas. I mean witches. Sam, witches. Ahí sí que hay una diferencia. There's a difference. Otra vez, como las que dicen todas esas cosas raras de brujería. Yeah, the ones that do like, oh, they say all this weird witchy stuff. ¿Cómo firmas y toda esa? Like, what's your sign and all that shit? Queme esas brujas, Sam. No a cualquier chica gótica. Burn those witches, Sam. Not just any goth girl. Me refiero a brujas de verdad. I mean real witches. Sería mejor el mundo si hiciéramos esas tres cosas. Wouldn't the world be better if we did those three things? Ay, quememos a las brujas. Burn the witches. Tenemos que quemar a las brujas. You gotta burn the witches. Oh yeah, the astrological sign chicks. Yeah. El signo zodiacal tiembla. Mira, tiene todos esos nombres místicos, esas cosas. Sí, it's got all these mystical names and shit. Que dicen cosas como, mi signo zodiacal, dice. They be like, my star sign and all that shit. Eso es brujería. Hay que empezar a quemarlos. That's witchery. Gotta start burning them. Quememos a las brujas. Burn the witches. Quema esas brujas, Sam. Burn those witches, Sam. Sí, a eso no le gusta la brujería, Sam. Jesus doesn't like witchery, Sam. Ni la mariconería or faggotry. Sería mejor el mundo si hiciéramos esas tres cosas. Wouldn't the world be better if we did those three things? Ay, quememos a las brujas. Burn the witches. Burn the witches. Tenemos que quemar a las brujas. You gotta burn the witches.
I love the fact that both of us have songs that have included the word faggot in them.
Well, you know, that happens when I take clips from this show sometimes.
Yeah. You're
So
not
far,
wrong.
it hasn't censored me on show clips. It has, you can't really say the N-word on Suno, Sam.
Well, you all know how Sam is at the edge of his seat.
But you can say
Naming it
pretty
in his
much
mind.
everything else.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's the one. It
Hmm.
seems. Also, though, I think if you like spoke it, it would put it in anyway. Like if you actually just rapped with a bunch of N bombs, I'm pretty sure it would just put them in anyway. So
Probably.
yeah, I don't know. I've
Makes me
not felt
curious.
any censorship yet, although some of our shit's pretty spicy. That song, as you might see, has a lot of fucking likes and listens. So
I did see that. It
a
has
lot
like
of them are coming from Latin America, Sam.
hey, I mean
That's catchy, man.
Hey, I mean anything to get a new audience for the show, right? All I gotta say is if you want to come here, you gotta come legally.
Well,
That's right. No,
you know,
actually, I had one of them
Mexicans have
say
rednecks.
one thing to me about that. He said, "Why you want to send them here? They're mostly from Guatemala anyway."
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know what? You're right. Send them back. Make Mexico great again, Sam. Why are we not for that?
You know, we had the thought under Trump's first term, with USMCA or whatever the fuck it was called, the NAFTA replacement.
Yeah.
The notion was that we would put a car
Crush
factory or two.
cartels, to be honest with you. I think that would do a lot.
Well, look at what happened with rum runners. When you offer the ability for an organization to legitimize its business model in a way that takes advantage of the skill base that it has built up over time, you can remove a criminal element from society entirely. We did that with rum runners because we then got a wide distribution network, truckers, we got NASCAR, we got a bunch of people who are familiar to get into the chemical industry, all in one go by ending prohibition. Because the underground model completely lost its financing, and they had to find real work, and they had real skills to offer. We were trying to push car industry into Mexico. They have drug cartels that are capable of good logistics, that have manual labor, that have people who are technically competent enough to get things like car parts made and whole cars made. We wanted to put car factories down there and give them jobs. And so far they've been continuing with the whole fentanyl thing because it's cheaper to get that all from China than it is to put in the capital for a car factory.
We
will reach that.
Go to bed.
We will reach that point. Scheinbaum will go the fuck away and hopefully take her entire ideology with her and the cartels.
Hopefully.
Or we'll just bomb them out of existence.
I mean,
Venezuela their asses.
Well, I mean, I did watch Sicario the other night, and I'm kind of thinking, let's just bomb the cartels.
I'm hoping they saw between Venezuela and Iran and what we're about to do to Cuba. I'm hoping Scheinbaum and Petro are going to start acting on behalf of their people instead of the bullshit they've been standing for.
Yeah.
You know, Petro, Colombia is our Israel in South America. That's just the way it is.
That it is. So
Panama is not enough. We have Colombia too, and Petro's being a little pissant. And we should squish that before it gets worse.
Make Colombia great
again, man.
I got Colombian coffee and shit. So yeah, I'm for that.
Well, fuck yeah. I mean, like, that's a primary industry down there.
So also Escobar was an asshole.
Yeah. They don't like him down there.
Yeah.
Imagine why. They also still don't like FARC or ELN.
Yeah. Can't imagine why, but anyway, thanks for tuning in, everyone, and thanks, Craig, for joining us. It's
happy to. Thank you for having me.
It's been a long show, but anyway, we'll see you on Friday, and then I'll be back with a Monday show. So take care, everyone, and we'll talk to you down the road.
The right to offend is not some pesky little part of freedom of speech that we have to put up with. It is the heart and soul and lungs of freedom of speech. It is the coursing lifeblood of human progress. It is the instigator of liberty and modernity and science and understanding. What a laughing stock today's student leaders are, that they can so casually dismiss the right to be offensive without realizing that their lovely, enlightened lives are the gift of individuals who gave offense. Offensiveness is not just something we have to begrudgingly accept. Offensiveness is the motor of human progress.
Thank you for watching the Whitfield Report live on the Right to Offend Media Network. Make sure to check out Sam's books on Amazon, Audible, and Kindle. You can follow Sam on X at SamW_NGC and the Right to Offend Media Network at RTO Media. Like, comment, subscribe, and share with your friends. And until next time, God bless, God save this great nation. God, freedom, legacy.